It's so nice to have you all here. Welcome to our symposium. I'm very pleased to have people in real space, real people in real space, but also very happy for our online audience. We mustn't leave them behind. Just wish you could be here as well with us. We got nice food and drinks. But so this is the sixth edition of our Ecstatic Truth symposium, which we started originally between me and Birgitta at the Royal College of Art. And then we decided to carry on and to get Pedro involved as well and start moving it around different places of the world. So we've had one in Lisbon already at the University, and last year we had one in Vienna. And so I'm very pleased to welcome you in Prague at the University of Creative Communication, where I'm currently based. So thank you for making it over, especially to those of you who came from other countries. And yes, so the topic of this particular symposium is it's expanded animation. So we're opening it up as broadly as we can, and it's experimental documentary, again, as open as we can. The Ecstatic Truth is taken from Werner Herzog's favorite sort of definition of what he believes documentary should be. So I'm sure you're familiar with it, but it's a kind of inner truth of a poetic reality. So that's why we have that as the title. And this particular one is actually got a sort of sub-theme of to attend. So again, from the meaning of the word, both to be present and what it means to be present, and also attention. What does it mean to pay attention? So there's these and sort of other nuances as well. So that's, I don't know if Birgitta, you want to say?
I just wanted to say a really big thank you to Teresa. She's put a lot of work into organising this event today. So thank you, Teresa. So I guess housekeeping, please can you put your mobile phones on silent in case anyone's phones to go off or you have to get some kind of text message. And on Zoom, please can you put your microphones on silent? I think you all have your microphones on silent. And on Zoom, you can write questions in the chat and we'll get back to them after each talk. We'll do questions and answers afterwards. Do you need to say anything about fire exits? Or toilets?
Toilets are for our present audience. You basically turn right and right and right, and then there's a door, or you can go upstairs. So on the first floor, there's more toilets at the end of each corridor.
In the case of fire, go out the front, just run out. So, is there anything else you want to say?
I'm very pleased to be here.
Yeah, we're just very happy to have Pedro here because he almost didn't make it.
It's true.
So.
My pleasure.
Okay, so.
We'll leave you to it.
Yeah, so I hope the online people can hear me as well. So I'm very pleased to introduce our first keynote speaker, who is Dr. Lev Manovich. I'm sure I don't need to introduce him, but he is the leading theorist of digital culture worldwide and a pioneer in the use of data science for analysis of visual culture. He's an author of many books. I'm sure you've read some of them, and he's based at the CUNY in New York, but he's currently in South Korea, if I'm right. And so he's going to speak, he's going to tell you what his lecture is about, but I'm very pleased to welcome you, Lev. So if you'd like to share your screen.
Good morning, everybody. Do you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm just
good. Always helps to use, professional equipment. which I will need today. So before I start, just a preface, I got COVID 12 days ago, and today I'm a bit better. I think I'll have energy to do a lecture and to answer your question, and after that I'll be just like lying in bed, completely dead. So I could not, prepare anything new during these days. So it's not a completely fresh lecture. It's from a few years ago, but none of this material was published yet. So I hope that for all of you, it will be new material. It also represents a kind of change of identity, which I'm working on, because having spent 30 years in new media art and digital culture, and then later what I call cultural analytics, I decided that it's enough. So I can write about a wider set of cultural topics, including, of course, what is most important to me, because I was trained in this topic since the age of 13, which is painting, right? So I was trained as an artist. I was painting until I was about 30. And then I spent 20 years teaching digital art. But I do look at the world as a painter. And if you learn this, I think it may explain some of these big data visualizations I was producing in my lab. But that doesn't mean that I completely abandoned digital media, being not just a tool, but being source of ideas, new paradigms, new ways to understand knowledge, memory, information, new ways to interact with all of it. The computer continues to influence me as a source of new ideas. So this lecture perhaps would be a little demonstration of what I mean, where in fact, we'll be looking at history of art, including some heroes of modern art from the 20th century, and using a very kind of basic concepts which come from computer or which are associated with computers, such as algorithm and a set of rules, which has been executed, right, by machine, as a way to ask perhaps somewhat original, I hope, questions about history of art. Okay, so I'm going to share the screen. Okay. So the title is Malevich versus Chagall, or How Can We Become Aliens? Mm-hmm. And I want to, before I start, I want to make just one second preface. So in view of a current awful invasion by Putin, Russia, of Ukraine, it becomes very important, and it's not a new thing, but now it becomes especially important to start questioning some of the terms we inherited from 20th century, such as the term Russian avant-garde, right? Because if you look at representatives, right, at the figures we associate with so-called Russian avant-garde, maybe it is Malevich, or Lisitsky, or Chagall, or Werner or Eisenstein, half of them come from Ukraine, half of them are from Odessa, or Kiev, or from Riga, like Eisenstein, for example. And then maybe half of them is also Jews, right? So we're not Russians either. So today, the heroes of my talk are a Jew, Mark Chagall, who was born in Belarus, near Vitebsk. And Belarus was, part of Europe, occupied by Russian Empire for a long time. And then Chagall, Malevich, his family was Polish, and they immigrated in the 19th century to Kiev. So he was basically Pole living in another part of Europe, occupied by Russia for centuries, or controlled by Russia, which is Ukraine. So I wanted to mention, because I think this context is very relevant today. And before we start, this is a map which shows you, which I just found just now, which shows you the growth of Russian Empire and how it joins more and more lands. It's kind of imperial colonial ambitions. And we can see, right, here's Belarus, here's Ukraine. and then the lightest, right? The lightest yellow, this and this and this are the further territories which Russia, added to itself after the 1917 revolution. So the 1970 revolution, which supposedly was a completely the idea was to completely make a new society, a new world, but it continued many trajectories of Tsarist Russia, such as its imperial expansion. So we're talking about, Jewish artists, Polish artists, but because neither Belarus, right, nor Ukraine were big centers of contemporary avant-garde culture, we all ended up in Moscow, and then we ended up for a few years back in Vitebsk. Okay? So what is Vitebsk? So Vitebsk, again, just to give you a bit of a geographic, right, orientation. So this is Vitebsk. So currently it's part of Belarus. And as I said, for centuries, both Belarus and Ukraine, right, were part of Russian Empire, or you can say occupied by Russian Empire, but, we're not going to go into these details because it's not a lecture about politics. So what happens is that after 1917, as you know, for the next 10 years approximately, because the old artists, the established artists, didn't really want to work for Bolsheviks, right? With communists, we escaped or went in immigration. But the so-called left artists, who were completely unknown and had no exhibitions, no sales, we had nothing to lose, and they welcome, very ideologically or pragmatically or both, the revolution. And for the next 10 years, they were basically given lots of resources to create new culture until it was all closed and replaced by so-called socialist realism in the early 30s. So in 1918, Chagall, right, he was in Paris, and then after revolution he came back, back to Russia and Belarus, and then he was given a mandate to go back to the city where he grew up, which is Vitebsk, and to set up a very first art school. Okay, and this is a place where we're going to start our narrative. Okay. And so our commentators, I think such as Boris Groys and his earlier work, have also noted that there was a certain alignment, right, between the ideas of avant-garde and the ideas of of Lenin party, the idea of proletarian revolution, which is to completely destroy the old world, right, and to establish a new world. So this denial of representation, the denial of mimesis, in creation of this new space, which we see here in suprematist paintings of Malevich, right? And I think this exhibition was something like 1915, so it's before revolution. But in a way, I think it anticipates and intellectually prepares, right, the destruction of reality, the destruction of a world of morality, which comes as soon as Lenin takes power. And the first degree of Lenin, 3 days after he came to power, was to close all the newspapers which were not his own. Right? So it's a new world where old world is gone, and it's a new kind of world where we don't have up and down, left to right. So the old systems of morality, property, freedom no longer apply. And this is, we paint all the paintings by both Malevich and Chagall I'll be showing today. We actually all done 1918. So this is his mature suprematist painting, right, 1918. And what happened is that, okay, so it turns out, okay, sorry, I have to jump, right? So basically Chagall was the first who went back to Vitebsk in 1918 and set up this new art school. And this is, of course, a typical Chagall painting, right? Marc Chagall, I don't have to tell you. And right, and then I think 6 months or 8 months later, he invited other people, and one of the people he invited was Malevich, who was older than him, and let's say more ideological, perhaps more systematic, right? So Chagall cultivates this kind of lyrical, right, kind of Fauvist, figurative direction of modernism. And Malevich is Malevich, right? Malevich, as he said himself, he's a creator of systems. And his writings, his teaching, his ideas turn out to be, because maybe we're more radical, or maybe because he's older and more experienced, you know, or maybe just his personality, we turn out to be so influential that within a few months, all Chagall students went to Malevich classes, and Chagall left after a few months more, you know, very, very disappointed. Right? So this is, you know, I think 1 year anniversary, if I remember correctly, of 1970 revolution, October Revolution, and Vitebsk has become this avant-garde canvas. So Malevich's students would decorate trams, and in fact, they even decorated buildings using his supremacy system. And when I say it's a system, I mean it in a very little sense, right? So while today individual paintings of Malevich and his students, right, are being sold for, you know, significant sums of money, and I think Malevich himself has valued his work individually in a way like a most, I would say, extreme representative of this kind of ism, right, of an ism tendency in modern art, which develops in the age of ideology, right, the late 19th century. It's a set of systems, right? And when I say system, so you can apply his style or his visual language or his plastic language, to use a Russian expression, to anything, right? So here is Malevich painting in 1918. And because, right, there is no horizon line, really, right? There is no anthropomorphic framework. In fact, I learned recently that Malevich he really liked to look at the sky. He actually walked a lot with binoculars. He liked to look at the sky. So it's this obsession with space and Russian cosmism. You can imagine how this painting, right, can be expanded infinitely, but this is just a snapshot of a world. It's very different from traditional painting. So here, the same system is applied to a kind of facade of a building, right, and also to trams, to almost three-dimensional surfaces. And this is a work of one of his students who, late in the 1920s, applied kind of Malevich's system to, you know, China, right? So now, you know, now this kind of logo, this brand, right, this suprematist brand is applied to, you know, three-dimensional objects. And later he actually, you know, was working for a kind of Soviet factory which is producing this. So this is in Russian, so I have to translate. So when students wanted to apply for the school, and again, we're talking about 1918, 1919, there was no test in drawing, right? Because the school was not there to teach students traditional art skills. The school was there to teach, in a way, revolutionaries of art, to create people who would believe, perhaps almost blindly, into the system and would transmit the system to others. So this is a kind of questionnaire written by hand, which potential students had to fill in, and I will translate, right? So do you agree with the main positions of the school? And B, the school gives you knowledge of systems. Right? The school gives you knowledge of systems. So this is another example of this systematic, and today we can say a kind of algorithmic, right? A kind of algorithmic systematism. So this, this student was 14, right? When he created this drawing. And again, you can think of it as a kind of a logo, right? Very modern logo. I mean, today you can imagine your company would pay a graphic designer lots of money to get this logo, or it's a kind of model, it's a kind of modularity, which becomes another landmark, right, of 20th century mass culture. And again, this can be extended infinitely. So what we're looking at is a kind of screenshot, right, a kind of window into this infinite universe. Perhaps we can also think of it as infinite ornament, an abstract ornament. And again, here I'm juxtaposing. Lisitsky, right, in our Jew, who started his career illustrating Yiddish books, etc. He was first following Chagall, and then later he started to work with Malevich. And Lisitsky in 1920, right, was the first person in the world who started to translate this abstract language of suprematism to graphic design and typography. And here I'm just juxtaposing, right, works of suprematism and more idiosyncratic works of Chagall, which at first appeared to be more individual, right, more romantic, more subjective, a kind of opposite of a sister building at first. Now, as I said, right, so Chagall left after, all his students kind of betrayed him and went to study with Malevich. And I mean, typically when we think about Chagall, we think of this kind of Fauvist painting, right? Romantic, perhaps even vulgar, right? Perhaps even kitschy, but stuff like this. And they seem to be opposite, right, to the prevailing Cubist, Cezanist, a kind of geometric style of the day. But it turns out that shortly after he arrived to Moscow and started to work on new projects, Chagall created also this kind of painting, which is almost appears as an allegory, right, for his experience in Vitebsk, because here is this old Vitebsk, right, the old guy with umbrella, this kind of world, right, of provincial small city, which Chagall made famous for his painting. But on top of it, right, or before or closer to us is this typical kind of generic, right, modernist, slightly cubist imagery in a system. So it's almost like perhaps he's telling us about his experience. Of course, it's just my interpretation. Right? And then he also, this is a close-up, right? This is a close-up. And then this is another work from 1919. So now he's creating costumes, I think, for the Jewish theater in Moscow. So the question is, what are these rectangles, right? What are these triangles? Why does this geometric language, the suprematist language comes in? So it says, well, Chagall is kind of working out, right, through paintings, his psychological trauma. But again, this is just my interpretation. And this is, right, another one of, again, Chagall works created with time, very much unlike the kind of Chagall, right, we know. Oh, sorry. Okay, but here, let's go on. So I want you to compare, right? Let's compare two works, again, from, like all of it is 1918, right, plus minus. So this is, again, a typical kind of work of Chagall, the kind of works which made him famous. And then he doesn't have like a single famous painting, right? Like Malevich's, Black Square or like Mona Lisa. But, it's a very typical Chagall, right, kind of painting from Chagall world. And, what it is, right? It's an individual version of his generic kind of modernist system. So it's a combination of Fauvism, right? Lots of saturated colors. And what I call kind of soft cubism, right? Cubism not as a real cubism by Picasso or Prague, but this kind of cubist consciousness, cubist or even constructivist consciousness, which became like the generic style of modernism. With his own idiosyncratic things, right? So here we have like a baby horse inside the horse and some interesting play between surface and depth. Anyway, right? Very poetic, very romantic. Even this is one of the extreme works of Malevich's, who of course created not only Black Square, but he also created White Square. Right? And, at first, right, the thesis which I presented earlier, it seems to hold, right? So this is expression of a kind of system called geometry, right? Aristotelian order, Western rationality, right? And this is the small village, kind of Jewish mysticism, kind of poetry, a world which is going to disappear, except Chagall paintings. But now, let's try to look at this with fresh eyes. So what I want to argue is that, in fact, the interpretation which I was giving you is wrong. And in fact, things are very different. So what do I mean by this? Artists in general, including modernist artists in particular, are kind of algorithmic machines. And I'll show you more examples later. Right? So once a modern artist develops his or her signature style, of course, the style, this kind of brand style can change over time. So people have various periods, but more or less, they continue making many works with the signature style. But more importantly, there's a certain algorithmic character to their work. So what I mean by this is, in a way, it's almost like a production of a very sophisticated kind of filter, right? Or perhaps today it's some kind of neural network which was trained on Chagall paintings. For example, the way he transforms figures, there's a particular system to that, right? The way he kind of breaks surfaces, there's a particular system to that. Now, with algorithmic character, with algorithmic DNA, doesn't mean that we'll be able to predict exactly every line, every color, every fold, but more or less, it would be, I think, relatively easy if you give the neural network lots of modern paintings. It should be relatively easy to figure out which ones are Chagall. But that's not all. Now, I was going to actually do a live demo, but I don't dare to do it because I'm not feeling so great still. Don't have my usual energy. Imagine we're going to break this painting into like four rectangles, 2 by 2. So now if I do it, right, so I break it horizontally and I break it vertically, and I start measuring, right, using digital art history tools, such as what we kind of pioneered in our lab 15 years ago. We'll start kind of measuring, right, various properties of these rectangles in terms of brightness and saturation and the kind of line orientations, the texture, and these kind of transformations, right, of visible reality, linear perspective. They're going to be very, very similar. Right? So while on a perhaps higher level, the composition of this painting is less predictable, once Chagall kind of painting, right, he really becomes like a machine, right? So once Chagall in a way paints this part or this part, you can basically, I think, more or less train the computer to paint the rest. Now, what's interesting, if first we're going to look at, if we look at this, right? This is, in a way, in reality, is more poetic, more individualistic, and more subjective, and actually not algorithmic, right? Because there is no way you can predict. I mean, if you basically, first of all, right, if you look at kind of previous Malevich's works, even works of his school, right, even like something like this or something like this, I don't think from this you can predict that you're going to end up with something like this. But also, there's not enough information here, right? There are no clues which will tell you that he's going to put the smaller rectangle in this particular angle, and he's going to use these particular colors. So in a way, this work, which we think is expression of ultimate systematism, turns out to be more systematic than seemingly poetic work of Chagall. And we can also do the same trick, which is to, for example, take this painting, right, again, 1918 of Malevich, and again, we can divide it into like four equal size parts. And I think it's more unpredictable, right? It will be harder for computer to predict what's going to happen in other parts, right? Because if you look at the logic of that part, what happens here, and that part, what happens here, they're very different, right? And then there are these lines, and then there is this kind of part. So in fact, all the parts are quite different. I mean, I haven't done measurements, but I can do it. But I'm sure that the measurements between different parts are going to be different. So in a way, surprisingly, I think Malevich is less predictable, less algorithmic than Chagall. Okay. Now let's continue. Okay, let's continue. Okay, I'm going to skip that part. Okay, let's skip this part. Okay, just skip this. Yeah. Okay. So now I want to expand my thesis, right, and jump from just two artists to the whole history of art, and ask the question: what if this phenomena, this algorithmic, right, system-like character, in fact, is a rule Well, today, right, we're surrounded by, algorithmic imagery using neural networks, right? Things like this, right, where a neural network was trained on millions of photos and can generate these people which don't exist because human faces, right, are very similar in anatomy and skin color and so on, right? This is another example, right, of this is, as you know, so-called style transfer, which became famous because Google, actually was a Russian computer scientist who did this at Google in 2015, right? The computer scientists who don't know anything about art are very excited, but anybody who knows about art, of course, knows that this is very different, right, from real Van Gogh. That's Van Gogh. That's like a photograph in Van Gogh style, because in fact, it's too predictable, right? Things are too predictable. Whereas in Van Gogh, he actually uses different systems, right? Different algorithms, so to speak, to paint different parts of a painting, right? Different spaces, where this is just like one system. So of course, you can use algorithms to do anything you want. So here I'm using algorithm in a very particular, very limited sense, as the idea that you have one system, one set of rules, one algorithm, and you just execute it ad infinitum, right? Okay, so let's look at a number of very obvious examples of how art, I think all art, or most art, has always been algorithmic, right? So of course, a very good example would be linear one-point perspective, right, which came to dominate Western world in Renaissance, and then through photography and video and lens-based imaging system, right, came to dominate global visual culture. So this is, of course, as you know, right, the famous engraving by Dürer, which actually shows the device, one of many devices used in Renaissance, right, to very mechanically, right, create a drawing in perspective. Specifically, I never figured out how it works. So maybe Dürer made a mistake. So this is your actually vanishing point, right? And the artist is trying to draw this musical instrument, I think. And this assistant moves this string systematically, right? Like tracing this object. And then here's a plate. And then you kind of somehow, I'm not sure how it works, but somehow you move this kind of door, and then you simply mark where this line, which corresponds to the line of sight, intersects with plate, right? Because today, okay, like you teach artists, you teach students. I was taught that, so I can basically draw in perspective, automatically. But especially in the beginning, it was a very complex algorithm. So people invented all kinds of machines, right? So here's artist really acts as a machine to see world in perspective. Of course, another very obvious example, right, of algorithmic art is ornaments, right? Ornaments which existed, I think, in many cultures, but in particular, we're talking about kind of Middle East, the Arab world, right? And also part of Asia, right? So another example of algorithmic culture. But as I said, right, these are just most obvious examples. So if you start looking at the history of art from this perspective, you start seeing more and more examples everywhere. So for example, Jackson Pollock, right? So as we know, Jackson Pollock also fits the larger context of our story. The Cold War, right, which never ended, it simply became a hot war, right? Putin, who was trained in the communist Soviet Union, who continues using Soviet rhetoric. If I watch like Russian TV, which is terrifying, all these fakes we use, all the language we use, is 100% exactly the same language we used in Soviet Union when I was a child in the 70s, right? Nothing changed. Anyway, so Pollock, of course, was promoted, right, by CIA, actually, which organized his exhibition. So partly he became so famous because of CIA support as a symbol of this kind of free world, right? The symbol of democratic West. And on the one hand, it is, right? This free brush stroke, right? The artist is not controlling a brush. So also we can say very different from this artist as a machine. But in the same time, like this is a very big image, right? Because he would put his canvas on the floor, as you know, and he would move around. It's extremely algorithmic, right? It's extremely predictable. So here, I think if you start dividing it into like 2 by 2 or 3 by 3 or 4 by 4, the various visual properties right? Linear properties, graphic properties, color properties, which of a square would be extremely similar, right? Would be extremely similar to the rest. So again, once Pollock creates his system, he just kind of fills out, he can just basically fill out the whole world, right? He can make this canvas millions of miles long in the system, because the system doesn't change, right? So we can say that in Chagall, like in a kind of early modernism, right? In the early modernism, in the first generation modernism, there is more variability, right? There is more variability. Yes, if you divide this into 2 by 2 or 2 by 3, right, statistically, right, in terms of image processing, some formal parameters will be the same, but there is still difference, right? For example, here, we have this big empty area. Here we don't have this empty area, right? Here we have this long lines. Here we don't. But by the time we get to 1950s, right, to the kind of second generation of modernism, something happens, and this logic of kind of mass production, the logic of mass society, starts manifest itself in art. This is why in 1950s, 1960s, like grid, right, becomes very important to minimalism, in visual arts and sculpture, but also we see it in Jackson Pollock, right? It's I think the algorithm. One definition of complexity is how long is the algorithm, right? You have to write to generate a particular object, so the algorithm will be pretty short. The algorithm will be shorter than one in Chagall. So let's continue. And again, I'm kind of picking up like a more, I think, obvious examples, but I can find you thousands of other examples, right? So this is another artist who was working in Soviet Russia, Pavel Filonov, a very, very famous artist, who, of course, if he was living in Paris or Berlin, would be as famous as Picasso or Matisse, but he just happened to die from hunger as soon as basically during blockade of Leningrad when the war started in 1941. And right, so in a way, he is a bit like a Jackson Pollock, but earlier generation. So he develops his mature style in 1910s. So this can be 1910s, 20s, even 30s. He had lots of students. And the reason, right, the reason he's relevant is that his method also, in a way, is very interesting, right? So he became famous because normally in artists, right, you can go back and forth between being close to the canvas and seeing what you're doing and then stepping back to see the whole picture. And Filonov never did this. He would basically start painting in one corner of a painting, looking very closely and just moving systematically. And then by the time he got to the opposite corner, the painting was finished. So again, if you actually start analyzing it on different zoom levels, it's not all predictable, right? There's also some changes, right? For example, there is more figuration here, there's less figuration here, but in a way he built his world, right? He had this idea that you don't break a world into geometric shapes, like a Cézanne, even later Cubism, but he kind of builds, right, this very atomistic, or he called this organic, right? Almost like nature. You're kind of building world from small elements, from atoms and molecules. So in this case, the world is all filled in by this geometric stuff, right? Which sometimes becomes more dense and it forms, houses and people and so on. But his method itself is very, very interesting in support of this idea of algorithmic art. Now, why this algorithmic nature of art? Well, I think, one reason is that, in fact, we all have a particular way we move, a particular way we talk, and only actors who spend years in training are able to play different people. And this is, an example. So this is a paper from 2011, right, where we showed the computer short videos of people walking. Right, and probably using some neural network or maybe just conventional algorithms. And just after seeing a few videos, the computer was able to identify different people simply from our walk, right? Because our way we walk, the way we do handwriting, right? We can force ourselves to be different, but basically it's a very, very unique. It's a very particular. So one answer, right? One answer is that, well, actually, it will take a kind of effort to change your style, to change the way you move your brush, to change the way you see the world from one corner of a painting to another, So that's possible one explanation, but this is some expression of human kind of physiological system, but I don't think it's all of it. So at the end, we started right at about 5:15, right, 5:20. So if I finish in 5 minutes, we'll have time for questions, correct?
Yes.
Yes, good. Okay, so the last part of my argument, right, is that this kind of algorithmic tendency is so strong that if you in modern art, if artists wanted to create something non-systematic, something non-algorithmic, you can't just do it randomly. You can end up with something like this, right? So artists had to create a special system, right? A special game of rules to get out from this automatism, right? So of course, one of them was the use of randomness. So this is from early 20s, I think it's Jean Arp. And so he claims that he took a piece of paper and he would just turn it kind of randomly and then keep like turning it apart. And then he would take these pieces, right? Put these pieces on canvas and draw them. Perhaps, of course, the way he arranged them seems to be very, very systematic, right? He creates, and also a way, this is light, this is black. It's a very typical modern image. It's about equilibrium. It's about dynamic balance. So, but at least he's trying, right? And then I think another example would be work of Anselm Kiefer, because what's interesting about Kiefer in this context, right? So Kiefer, I think he's also trying very hard to resist this automatism, this algorithmic nature of human creation. So this is his huge studio, right? Like a whole, the size of few industrial plants near Paris, right? Where he keeps all kinds of materials. Even this is his, probably seen them, right? In some exhibitions, his finished painting, which do look like they were produced not by artists, by some kind of natural process. In fact, this is what he's doing, right? So he's simultaneously working on multiple works. Each work takes a few years. And what he's doing, he's almost like taking what happened in nature over millions of years. That's why we get this very unique, right? Coastlines and mountains and the bark of a tree, right? Because of lots and lots of randomness, right? Lots of things happening over millions of years. So Kiefer tries to speed it up to a few years. So he takes his metal plates, he dries tractor over where, he puts them in chemicals. And then he, like at the end, he adds something like this, right? And then at the end, he may be adding something, right? So he adds a bit his degree of intentionality, his degree of subjectivity, we kind of, right, we refer to human species, all of these things. I mean, do we actually have to spend 3 years to do this? I don't know, but that's what he does. And finally, so this is another example of this kind of system created to get out of a system. This is Dick Higgins, right? A very important artist who in 1966 coined the term intermediate. And what's interesting, yes, of course, you can all make this doodle, but this doodle, right, a series of drawings by Dick Higgins, it basically was script for performance, right, for kind of performative art. So he would give it to performers and say, now play this, right? So an attempt to give people a very incomplete, very loose instructions was another system invented in a way to create more randomness. And finally, I'm going to end with one of many pieces by Miko Ono. Right? Miko Ono, 1963. When she started to create also this kind of performative work, so she would type his instructions on cards, and then would give his cards to people, and they make instructions, right, to normal people to do these performances. So this is one of my favorite cloud piece. Imagine the cloud dripping, dig a hole in your garden to put them in. It's very poetic, but it's also very open, right? She's not painting the clouds. She's not describing the clouds. It's extremely minimal set of instructions. And I think by refusing a more detailed representation, that's also how she escapes being an algorithmic machine. So I think I skip a whole part about AI, but this was just illustrations of AI used today. So we are right in a culture of algorithms. People use AI to create procedural nature in video games, right? People start creating AI systems to do automatic visualizations, right? AI is used now in photography, right, to create this kind of perfect looking portraits, right, to create this all these beautiful things, etc., etc. But we all kind of know that. So what I wanted to do is, in a way, use this phenomenon, right, which is happening all around us, with this massive algorithmization of both professional and kind of vernacular media and culture, is a way to perhaps look, right, and maybe see something we haven't seen before, perhaps as clearly, or at least I haven't seen in the whole history of art. Okay, so I'll stop here.
Thank you very much.
Wow, I'm actually on time, right? That's amazing. So now I think I can share the secret. So you basically make a lecture, right? You make like a lecture with 60 slides, and you only show 30. So,
Well,
so that's
thank you.
Anyway,
thank you so much, Lev. It was fascinating. You can see me kind of in the image. Yeah, I think it just made me think of the Werner Herzog actually, and the ecstatic truth idea, and what he would think about the sort of algorithmic truth. So I'm sure we've got questions from the audience or from the online audience. So if you online, you can also type questions in. Yes.
Thank you so much. So I was thinking about creativity being systematic. And one of the reasons, I guess, that Picasso, as an example, was celebrated because he kept changing his styles, right? And then I was thinking that I guess the difference that I would point to is the fact that when it comes to AI, the repetitive nature or the predictability is not the development of the system, but rather the end product. But when it comes to humans, actually that system is the development, right? And we see those changes. And I was just wondering if maybe you could say something about the difference between, in that sense, predictability seen in human artists versus predictability seen in AI systems.
Okay. Well, so this is in fact a different talk I was going to give, but as I said, I'm trying not to devote every talk to the digital stuff because trying to get away from this. But this book, which I'm writing and publishing now online in real time with my wonderful colleague from Berlin. The book is called Artificial Aesthetics, A Critical Guide to AI Media and Design. Right? It's like yet another attempt for me to think through, right, the ideas of creativity, the ideas of art, craftsmanship, and what AI is doing or not doing, right, to art, design, and media. So I can take hours to answer this. I think that so first of all, maybe I'll just say two things. First of all, right, I mean, with creativity, right, as you know, it's a very complex topic, right? There's a whole field of creativity studies. We started to develop in the 1950s. I highly recommend to people Wikipedia page, English Wikipedia page on creativity. There is also another page on computational creativity, right? So there are lots of definitions of creativity, and people develop very useful theories. But what I want to say is that creativity to me is one thing, and this kind of algorithmic, systematic nature, it's a different thing, right? Meaning, just because the work may be more random, or let's say work is less predictable, it does not mean, right, that it's more creative. Because, for example, what you can do is you can basically, like Jackson Pollock or Malevich or Yoko Ono, you can come up with a new kind of system, a new algorithm, which will generate lots of very predictable works. But it's basically we're all very similar to each other, but just different from what came before, right? And the way we work inside is more predictable or more random, right? More entropic. I think it also doesn't matter. Having said that, I maybe want to immediately contradict myself and to say that I think what I notice, and obviously I'm not the only one, right? So even today, when you look at the best examples of, let's say, computer-generated texts, and like many others, I'm using now AI text apps to help me write. Things like Quillbot, but also Jasper. When you write a few sentences, it looks very good. But if you ask it to write like longer and longer things, it becomes predictable. And I also showed the example of style transfer, right, from 2016, 2017. In my slides, which I didn't show, I have examples of like the latest neural network, which was trained in 80,000 paintings. And, we used it to generate, right, lots of modernist-like artworks. So if artwork is very simple, if it just has few shapes, it looks very convincing. But once the artwork is more complicated, once it has more elements, to me, I definitely feel that they're more predictable than the works of good human artists, right? Of like really good human artists, right? Because even though Chagall may be predictable on some level, there's enough variation, right? There's enough creativity, so to speak, in his work. And when you look at lots of examples with computer-generated art-like outputs, right, they are more predictable. But maybe, again, maybe in the future this will be corrected. It's also possible to combine different systems, overlap them. So there is some kind of deeper conversation to be had. But for the sake of time and also just to preserve whatever energy I have left, I don't think I can do it. But it's a very interesting question, right? I mean, so to kind of add, right, to add creativity dimension into all this, it's a very interesting angle.
Yeah, another question.
You're comparing the patterns in artists versus things that can be replicated in algorithms, but surely the artists we're all discussing here are self-conscious and they are experiencing pressures like commercial viability as artists. You do something that becomes famous, there's a pressure to repeat that success. Surely all of these things massively complicate the idea of sort of algorithmic process of art creation.
I see, yeah. So your argument is that to a large extent, right, this systematic, right, or algorithmic systems like nature is basically a conscious decision. And for example, if artists didn't have this kind of commercial pressure, right, they would be more different. Well, I mean, it's a very interesting question, right? And as a kind of proponent, right, of, let's say, quote unquote, the science of art, which is simply the idea that can be used like bigger data, right, to test things. I mean, it would be very interesting, right? If I had a good graduate student right now, right, we can do a paper, we can maybe collect enough works of various artists who were working, right, in a kind of market situation, even people who were completely working with no hope, right, to ever have any to sell their works, and we can compare. I mean, one place to get these works would be, for example, DeviantArt, right, or ArtStation. But then I think, right, there are other sort of factors.
Sorry, Lev, you lost the sound for a second.
No, I said, but I think there are other factors, right? Think about the style. The dress, those of us who have style, which is most academics don't, but normal people have style, you dress in a particular way because it's
one moment, sorry.
Okay, now?
Just lost the projection process. Sorry.
Okay, well, it's not me.
I'm trying to get the chat out and cut off the picture.
Okay, it's not me.
It's fine. It was us. It's okay. It's back on.
Yeah. Well, but I want to say there's another notion, which I think is, again, very complicated, which is the idea of your kind of style, right? Like this is, people say, that's me, that's not me. Yes, I like this sofa, I don't like this sofa, right? Aesthetic preferences, aesthetic choices. And, some, right, very wonderful 20th century thinkers and writers would say, the style, in fact, is the identity, right? So for me, like, I simply can't dress in a particular way. I basically feel I would just disappear, I would die, right? So for me, it's not the surface, it is the depth. So I think that if you think about this world, right, the old-fashioned idea of a kind of world which the artist or modern artist is creating, she or he, and once you created this world, you feel comfortable in it, right? you live in this world, so you don't want to suddenly destroy it and do something else, right? So I agree with you with the kind of idea of kind of market or let's say identifiable style. Maybe, you know, it doesn't matter if you're 2nd century BC or, you know, or like 1920. It's also part of it, but I think there are other factors. So what I want to say is, like, I think the reason I'm kind of kept giving this lecture, but I didn't write the paper yet, is that, you know, if I start writing, it will become a long book, because I think there's lots of interesting things here to explore, you know, and maybe at the end, the way I present it will turn out to be very simplistic. I don't doubt it, but maybe it's a good way to start. So.
Another question?
Hello, I'm Stella from Portugal. Are you disappointed with digital art? Yes, no, and why? And are you returning to actual painting in the process? Want me to say it again?
If whether if you're disappointed with digital art, and whether.
Well, okay. Well, let's put this way, right? I think that the development of digital culture, right, over the last 15 to 20 years, on the one hand, right, it led to many good things. It democratized, you know, creation, being creative, right? It enabled, obviously, you know, millions of people to see, right, to feel part of the world. It gave people exhibition opportunities, you know. I mean, right, people in Russia, like, you know, the most, you know, when I ask my kind of fellow students and academics in Russia, what is the thing you're most afraid? They said, we're not afraid of sanctions. We're afraid that Putin will turn off internet, right? Internet is the most important invention of our time. But in the same time, being this kind of right kind of you know, the ideologist, right, of internet and digital media, in the last 10 years, I started to feel also more and more negative effects of Instagram, right, with kind of focus on the image, that everything becomes about the image, focus on the presentness. It becomes very hard to find articles about something which is not recent. Also using Google, it became more difficult. And also, I think, let's face it, digital art is the worst kind of art because it doesn't require any skill, right? I mean, if you're going to train to be a dancer, well, you know, especially classical dancer, you have to study, right? If you're going to start playing music, if you're going to train how to make pizza, right? If you're going to train how to make massage. So basically, if you train to have some skills, if you train to be a craft person, at least there's a certain barrier to entry, right? With digital art, right, there's no barrier because you don't have to do anything. You press a button, and then the genius of dozens of people who created the software, etc., right, it makes something. And of course, the worst kind of digital art is NFT, right, because there is no filter, right? At least if you go to modern art gallery, you're going to see shit, but at least it's a better shit with NFT because, of course, there is no filter. Now, it still doesn't explain why NFTs are so ugly. This is actually titled of an article in Economist, which I like, because if I go to DeviantArt or I go to ArtStation, right, with kind of platforms, right, used by amateur artists, the stuff is actually pretty good, but maybe because the platform shows me things which has been kind of voted on or like, because NFT platforms, right, which is kind of, so why NFT is so ugly? Why it is the ugliest thing you might ever produce? That's a mystery. But I refuse to devote, you know, the remainder of my time. I'm not going to live forever, so I don't want to. You know, I would rather think about Chagall and Malevich and people like that. And I just don't want to waste the rest of my time on the stuff, which is bad, and it will look even worse, you know, 2 years from now. Sorry to be so judgmental, but you know, I think we need to have some, you know, judgments. I think they're important. Just because somebody press a button. And now we have to say this person is an artist. It's nonsense, right? You know, I mean, if I go to the kitchen and start making dinner at the Michelin star restaurant, I think the clientele will kill me, right? Just because, I mean, the problem in our society is that it's very easy to occupy a position of artist. You just have to make a picture which is made by computer. Suddenly you're artist. We have to fight it. We really have to fight this mythology of art. So we can actually, so good people who work very hard have a chance to be visible. Thank you.
Another question?
The second part of that question was, have you returned to painting?
Yeah.
How do I return to painting? I never left.
Have you returned?
Yeah.
How do I return to painting? Well, the problem is this, thank you for, okay. This is why I left painting, right? So I started to be trained as a painter, painting, drawing when I was 13. Every day I would make a painting. And then by the age I was like 17, 18, it became kind of boring because I realized that there's this algorithm already in me. So all the images I make, were like in a particular style, we follow a particular language. I don't know how to break out of it. So I kind of know how to make a good image inside this world, but I don't know. And at this point, I stopped painting and I started to be interested in ways to formally, more systematically describe what these algorithms are, right? And this led me to semiotics and psychology of art and computer vision and what later I called cultural analytics, which is simply the attempt, right, to come back to this question. But a year ago, I got iPad, and I did find painting on iPad to be incredibly fantastic because it is like a new medium, right? Something about touch. And the images I made just simply exploring iPad, they're actually pretty nice. So maybe I'll start. The problem is that for me, if I start painting, it's too easy, right? It's too easy, it's too hard, meaning I'm a trained artist, right? I'm a very good draftsman. So I can very easily produce nice, pretty good images, but I recognize limitations of my algorithm. So ultimately, this paper to me is very important, right? Because there was a wonderful question. You said, Lev, but with algorithmic nature, it's conscious. It's basically attempt to create a style. Yes, but it's very, very hard to break. It's very, very hard. It seems easy, but when you try to break out of it, when you suddenly try to become somebody else, it's incredibly hard. So if I can figure out a way to get back to painting or to get back more to art making, start doing something very different, I will. So what I'm doing now, I'm actually back to writing fiction and science fiction, using AI to help me. And I'm hoping later this year to start publishing some stuff. Because for me, I never did, I did writing, right? Fiction writing, but I never done it as much as academic stuff or as painting. So for me, there's a mystery in it. And as long as there's mystery, I'll keep going. And I want to thank you guys. It's really fantastic questions. I'm going to save a chat because there was a wonderful question about Galloway and the question about cybernetics. So I know that I barely scratched the surface. And there was a way, I think, to add more ideas about cybernetics and information theory, et cetera, into this talk. But I kind of wanted to also dwell on these few paintings, right, of Malevich and Chagall, because ultimately that's the thing which I like the most. Looking at paintings and trying to understand their mystery and being very happy that we'll never understand it, I hope. Right? So I hope AI will never replace it, because if we figure out how art works, the world will be much more like 1984 than it is today. Thank you so much for your attention, and thank you for very stimulating questions. And I'm sorry I'm not with you in person to join, but I hope you guys later will go. And I hope in Prague, right, when you drink beer, right, we used to put this, right, just I think the same thing maybe in the UK, right? We used to put this paper things, right? So I remember going in the 1970s as a child. I was in Prague, and you go to a bar, and people men would be drinking. We would have mountains with things. So please get drunk and please drink so much beer, but you don't even remember.
Thank you very much, Lev. That's been really great. I really wish you could be here in person. I hope next time you will be here with us. Take care.
Okay, so just swap over to Nia. Presentation on here.
Yes.
You want to open up the instructions. So you just need to share the screen so you can put it on. Oh, yes. So we're very pleased to introduce Dr. Nia Eilish, who's come all the way from Ben Gurion University of Negev in Israel. So welcome to Prague. Thank you very much for coming all this way. We're really thrilled to have you here because you've written a lot about animated documentary. You, as well as your research appearing in various different journals. You've also co-edited the important anthology Drawn from Life. And more recently, you have published Animating Truth. So prolific writing on animated documentary, and very complementary to the previous talk. You're currently working on a project on art and robotics, focusing on AI and machine vision. So welcome.
Thank you.
Looking forward to your talk.
Thank you so much. Okay, so hi everyone. As I said when I entered the room this morning, this is actually my first in-person conference since COVID hit. So really excited, and thank you to the organizers. And this excitement over being physically present is actually very much part of my talk, because for decades now, and definitely since COVID hit our lives, we've all gotten really used to screen-mediated presence and to endless online profiles, instead of this kind of much missed face-to-face interaction. And this means that we're used to seeing each other in different forms of virtual aesthetics. So today I'll be discussing animation as an aesthetic of the virtual. And I'll be discussing new kinds of animated documentaries that have developed in today's mixed realities, by which I mean the convergence of physical and virtual platforms. So animated documentary has frequently been theorized as an interpretive visual language, often used to depict unphotographable or missing or subjective content. But in digital culture, the theorization of animation changes completely. And what I'll show is that animation has become a vital aesthetic or interface for online platforms. I'll claim that today's hybrid realities require animation as a documentary aesthetic, one that exceeds the capacity of photography as more traditional documentary imagery, because animation and photography are often compared when discussed in documentary context. And thirdly, that this is a really important phenomenon to consider in the era of post-truth that we now exist in. So this talk of mine is indeed partly based on my book, Animating Truth, which came out last year. And as I said to Alex, was probably the worst time for a book to come out because I didn't have the option of traveling. So it's partly based on this book and partly on new research, which was kind of more machine vision and AI based. So let me begin by saying that animated documentaries are not new. There's wonderful research on this topic. However, I assume that anyone interested in this conference today knows that there has been an absolute explosion in numbers in recent decades of animated documentaries. So when I started working on this topic, it was around 2008 when Walls with the Sheer came out. And back then, animated documentaries were still considered somewhat oxymoronic. Whereas now, well, animated nonfiction is everywhere. So last time I checked, animated documentary videos on Google, they rendered 29,500,000 results. And they included very wide-ranging topics and media. And I'd like to start with the question, why does this happen? Why now? And how does this rising phenomenon change both the theorizations and the use of animation in documentary? And most of all, how are we as viewers affected by this change? So unlike its perhaps more niche status in the past, animated documentaries today, I claim that the sheer numbers make it a contemporary phenomenon. So why now? Several reasons that I can think of. The growing ease of varied image production. So that means that more people can create animation. It also means that other forms of imagery, such as photography, even if things look real, we now all question it, right? So in the past, if animation was compared to photography, we all know that digital photography animation completely blur these boundaries. Second of all, documentary and surveillance culture. The fact that we each have our cameras in our back pockets or surveillance cameras are placed everywhere means that as viewers, no matter what it is that occurred, we've become accustomed to having visual footage of that event. But then the question arises, what happens if that footage doesn't exist? So animation is a perfect visual language to kind of fill in those gaps. Thirdly, the information age. In a world with so much information, it's impossible to digest it. And animation allows creating these digestible nuggets, if you will, of information, but also in a very attention-grabbing way because the styles are endless. And even more so because animation is really all about movement. Animation is perfect for depicting a process. So all these reasons why in the information age, animation has just proliferated. Fourthly, machine vision and AI. So as Paul Virilio says in his book, The Vision Machine, he describes this phenomenon as the proliferation of images created by machine viewpoints. And what happens is there's an automation of perception. There's a doubling of the point of view. It means that as viewers, we're becoming more accustomed to the idea of images either represented in photorealistic terms as humans would view the world, but also in a wide range of different styles. And this change in visual culture makes us kind of more open, if you will, or more accustomed to a variety of styles, even if what is depicted is factual content. And that opens up the field of nonfiction animation even more. And if you're interested in that, Julia Ethel and I, hi Julia, who I think is here, we're editing the current Animation Studies 2.0 theme about animation and AI. So some interesting topics there. And finally, the last reason animation is proliferating today is the virtualization of culture. And the idea is this. Since we currently live in more than one reality, the physical and the virtual, these are the mixed realities of today. Now, once the virtual screen becomes interactive, the on-screen world becomes an in-screen world in which we're all active as players. We all have an active role. And in current virtual computer culture, images are used as symbolic languages. They render visible abstract data or processes that we engage with all the time. And in other words, many aspects of these online worlds are only visible on screen. And as such, they require a new visual language to depict them. Now, animation today, which can react in real time to user input, is perfect as the graphic user interface of these virtual worlds. And this brings me back to where I started, which is the topic of this year's conference, attendance. And although some of us are present in Prague, most of you, and the excellent keynote that we just had, are only present virtually. And this makes me think of this image. This is an image from Black Mirror, a 2011 episode. And Charlie Brooker, who created the series, he said that Black Mirror is all about the way we live now and the way we might be living in 10 minutes' time if we're clumsy. And this episode is about a dystopian world where everything is mediated by animation. It's used as a spectacle while all public spaces are actually full of alienated subjects physically shut in these cells surrounded by screens. Now, this may seem extreme, but it's easy to see the resemblance between our reality and all the people who are with us virtually right now. lonely, alienated people that spend most of their time alone facing screens and are only interacting virtually with others, and increasingly represented by avatars. And in fact, the global lockdowns following the outbreak of COVID in 2019, they clarified just how accurate the situation has become. So during lockdown, many people experienced in-screen existence. And I found this example amazing. This is from May 2020. So since physical attendance in their graduation, in the Berkeley University graduation, was impossible, what most of the students did, they recreated their university in Minecraft. They recreated about 100 buildings in Minecraft. And in this online version of the university, they had a virtual ceremony that included the chancellor, the vice chancellor, the conferring of degrees, a music festival, and it was all streamed online on Twitch, which is usually used by gamers. Now, it's really interesting because although the online chat services of Zoom skyrocketed during the global pandemic, a lot of people also felt that they were sick of Zoom, right? Everything kind of blurred together, your personal conversations, your work conversations, and as an alternative, people were actually searching for these gaming environments or VR environments where at least a sense of difference, okay, could be created, different atmospheres, different visuals, different avatars. Okay. Now, according to Mark Zuckerberg, this is where we're heading, okay? When he discusses the metaverse, he says this is what awaits us all. He says that we'll be interacting via our avatars, okay, in a virtual space that will cover the whole of the internet. And if so, we really will be surrounded by avatars in the future. But we can also but we can also claim that this actually is an existing reality. And indeed, many very rich and complex, fully animated worlds or realities already exist within gaming worlds. And in these gaming worlds, actual events and actions that may have been experienced in the physical world in the past have now transformed into mixed reality experience, visualized in very animated ways. And this blurring of kind of on-screen experience and off-screen experience actually already occur in our lives, even if we're not gamers. And I love this example. So this is just a screenshot of the GPS in our car. And I think this is just really, really interesting because think about the GPS screen, right? It's usually placed right below the windshield. So the drivers are given this kind of double view of their physical world outside their windshield, but at the same time, they themselves and their physical space is translated into minimalist animation. And the fact that these two screens, if you will, or window and screen, are placed right by each other, it creates a kind of equivalence between the two, and it highlights this merging of non-screen and on-screen worlds. And how is this relevant to non-fiction aesthetics? Well, the entanglement of the physical and the virtual creates the kind of imagery that we've become accustomed to and that ultimately we come to believe. So think about it. If you're driving along and you have the sense of, I think the GPS is wrong, usually you'll still trust it more, right? The sense of believability, okay, that we're getting so used to animation in our lives. And an even simpler example of animation is this translation of the physical. I use the cursor and the rotating hourglass. The cursor is actually the translation of our physical movement onto screen worlds in real time. So that means that the animation today, due to varied technologies, and I can say a lot about this, is an index of the physical, right? It captures our physical movements into screen space. Now, as more events take place online, And as I said, as these online and offline worlds converge, so do the aesthetics depicting them. And this leads me to what I call virtual documentaries. And I'd like to map out 3 kinds of virtual documentaries and explain animation's importance as documentary imagery in each of these. So documenting virtual game realities, in-game documentaries of non-game realities, and interactive animated documentaries, by which I mean documentary games and VR. So I'd like to give you some earlier examples purposely to demonstrate the origins of these categories. The first one is documenting game realities. And some of you may know this, but this is a film about a person who supposedly disappears from real life or physical reality and reemerges as an avatar in Second Life. And it's all about his experiences in Second Life, and that raised a lot of questions. Is it real? Is it not real? Is the avatar real? But is the player behind the avatar real? So all these issues of how animation is used, but when you think about it, this is actually the capture of online events. So it's documenting virtual experiences. Doesn't seem that fantastical anymore. Second category, in-game documentaries of non-game realities. And I know this is a bit of a confusing title, but the idea is using games as platforms to create cinematic documentaries about things that are happening outside of the game. And if you don't know this example, I really recommend it. Stranger Comes to Town. Jacqueline Goss, what she does, she interviews people who want to enter the US, and she uses World of Warcraft imagery where they each they use an avatar, and that's a depiction of the people, which also guarantees anonymity. But she also uses these examples to metaphorically reflect upon the alien status of immigrants, right? So what is an alien? What is non-human? And finally, this idea of interactive animated documentaries, documentary games in VR. This is one of, well, it's a very powerful example, 9/11 Survivor, about 9/11. But the idea is that here, animation and other characteristics of the virtual, such as interactivity, they are used more and more in the kind of documentaries that we face. Now, these aspects change animation's use and status as believable nonfiction aesthetics in today's media sphere. And this doesn't only explain why we see animation so much, it also impacts the reception of animation in nonfiction. But I mean to say, if viewers become used to seeing themselves and world events in a varied manner of styles and animated forms, it doesn't seem so strange anymore. It's anything but oxymoronic. It gets us accustomed to the idea that factual content doesn't have to look a certain way. And the ramifications of that are explosive. I'm going to use this documentary. It's an animated documentary by Amir Yassiv from 2017. I'll show you about 2-3 minutes of it, and then I'll analyze it a little bit. It's about virtual simulations of the Auschwitz-Birkenau concentration camp. Now, it records encounters in virtual worlds that all aim to authentically simulate the concentration camp. And it's different creators from different countries who have created these online simulations for different reasons. And they range from photorealistic animation used as a VR experience to a black and white architectural reconstruction, a 360-degree exploratory forensic model used in Germany for the legal system, and also an online role-playing game and a Minecraft music video. I'll show you the example.
Aquilo nic se tomasz. Parece que wsadek sobie. Kija się nocy. Tyle. לחוות משהו שכבר חווית, משום מה אפשר תזר, רוצים משהו חדש, ויש פה חידוש. ולכן האנשים הם יצאו מופתעים ולא מופתעים ולא לזה יציפו. אנשים ציפו, אתה יודע, אותן תמונות, אותן מראות שאתה קורא להם צבאות, זה פתאום משהו אחר. אני שומע רכבות בהרים, אני שומע נפילות צוברים, ובין הטיפות הגבוהות זלגו, אני מבקש לי את כל השירים, את השירים. רכבות בהרים ונעים לא נשמע, רכבות בהרים ונעים לא נשמע, רכבות בהרים רכבות השקט הורים, רכבות בהרים רכבות השקט הורים. זה באמת הייתה פלנטה אחרת, אבל זה גם מקום עם איזושהי נורמליות.
Okay. I think it's an amazing example because I think it illustrates 3 new roles and uses of animation today. First of all, and I'll explain each of these, animation is virtual aesthetics. As I said, GUI, the graphic user interface. Animation as a document of the virtual as well as the physical. And also animation is self-reflexive and exploratory animated aesthetics in an era of post-truth. So what I mean, animation as the virtual aesthetics. What we see here is actually, we said that this film is based on online simulations. And what he does, what Amir Yatsiv does, is he captures the events that are occurring online in these simulations. So we see that these simulations couldn't exist without animation as their virtual aesthetic. Secondly, animation is a document of the virtual as well as the physical. So animation in this case is not interpretive, right? Because we're capturing the events as they occur in the simulation. However, these simulations are based on physical events. So they are interpretive of the physical on some level, but they're also a document of the physical because these users are acting in this virtual space, but it's both documenting the virtual and the physical happening at the same time. Finally, animation is self-reflexive and exploratory documentary aesthetics in an era of post-truth. So as I said, as we become more and more accustomed to the depiction of factual data in animated form, what may have seemed strange to us, what may have raised eyebrows, is more widely accepted today. Now, it's really important to remember that what viewers recognize as realistic depictions is actually based on familiarity and conventions of representation. Now, Nelson Goodman says that the realism perceived in a picture arises not from the quantity of information provided, but from the ease with which it is read. That means that the more stereotypical and familiar the modes of representation, the more natural and true that it seems. So once again, the more we're used to animation, the more realistic and believable it becomes. What's interesting in Another Planet, in this example, is that instead of just accepting that, the film is not about the Holocaust, it's actually about different forms of representation. And in that sense, it challenges us as viewers all the time about which kind of imagery we're willing to accept as true and why. So for example, even though none of these animations are photorealistic, far from that actually, each one of the creators claims that this is the real thing. So it's not appropriate, it's exact, it's based on the original image, It's more precise than Google Earth, etc., etc. And the idea is that even though they're so obviously constructed, all the creators claim this authenticity through visual means. But by emphasizing this, what the film does, it actually accentuates the gaps, the inaccuracies, the inability to represent what is supposedly being shown. And it makes us think about that as viewers. Secondly, what the film does, it actually questions the cultural reception of evolving media in documentary. So it makes us think about what is accepted as true and why. Now, of course, this has to do with animation and when animation is accepted and when it isn't. But in the film, it does this with the issue of games. So we see all these different simulations created for different reasons by different people. But what's interesting, there's a pixelated computer game, kind of looks like Doom from the early 90s. It's quite gory and disturbing. But what's interesting is this simulation is the only reenactment that was attacked by the Anti-Defamation League about how it's okay to represent the Holocaust and how it isn't. So it raises these questions about why are some simulations or why is some media documentary considered acceptable and why isn't? Why is the forensic German simulated model seen as okay, but the game isn't? And I think what's most important is to ask, who decides, right? What's the valid criteria for the acceptance of certain aesthetics in documentary? Finally, the film uses animation to question representations through discrepancies. I showed you that in the past. So in this example, this is the supposedly most serious of the simulations, right? The German police using the simulation for legal systems. And here it's part of a trial of a Nazi guard who worked within the kitchen at the camp. And he, of course, claimed that because he was in the kitchen, he couldn't see what was happening outside. That was kind of what they were using in the trial. But what we see here, as they're explaining this to us in the movie, is not someone in the kitchen looking out, but someone looking in. And this kind of raises a question, what are we being shown, in fact? What are we being told versus what can we really see? Is the image of the man looking in when he should be looking out a metaphor for the viewers and maybe the entire legal system trying to gain insight into something that we have no access to? Does it remind us of our limited ability to really see or know? And by emphasizing these inconsistencies, the film not only presents the historical simulations, but represents them in a way that questions representation. Now, the film ends with this scene where one of the creators mentions that his avatar used for the interview within the film looks nothing like him. And he ends with a resolve saying, do whatever you want, leaving the viewer questioning how much creative freedom the creator of the documentary actually took and for what purposes. And ending on precisely such a note raises more questions than answers, which is actually the whole point of the film. So by creating such deliberate misrepresentations and contemplation, the film questions the role of visual evidence and the viewer's ability to even notice these discrepancies, but also our responsibility and desire to even contemplate them further. And this puts a lot of emphasis on the viewer, which brings me to the importance of this work and analysis in our era of post-truth. I don't have much time left, but to conclude, the idea is that we live in an era of truthiness. And we all know that that means it's more about what we feel is true or hope is true based on where we look for our facts versus the factual research that was the basis of pre-post-truth time, if you will. And as viewers become more accustomed to animated depictions, which is what I've been saying, as they become accustomed to animation, animation's constructedness may seem less problematic. And this potentially allows easy representation of misinformation. So I'll just say that again. As we become accustomed to animation, in the past it was animation's constructedness that kind of maintained its honesty, and a lot has been written about this. But as we become more accustomed to animation, it's as if animation becomes invisible. We stop questioning it. And that's why films like Another Planet are so important. Because, to return to this image, if Mark Zuckerberg, if what he claims is true, then we really are going to be surrounded by avatars. We're going to be even more accustomed to seeing ourselves and our world in animated form. And therefore, these questions, these uses, and what constitutes believability of animation as factual aesthetics is especially important to consider now, as the roles, the uses, and visibility of animation change and proliferate in digital culture. Thank you very much.
So we'll just take some questions now. I'll just turn on the chat to see if it's just.
So you end with this argument that animation is becoming invisible. I've always been a bit sort of confused by how we theorize how other people who are less informed about the theoretical sort of animated documentary world or any sort of cinematic apparatus, how are they imagining, or how they're feeling, experiencing, the medium? I mean, how do we know that it's becoming more invisible? Where does this idea come from? Is there any sort of studies of people's reception of animation and how it's changed over the decades?
I haven't done any quantitative research, but the way I look at it is this expansion from animated documentary to animated nonfiction. So just basically the different and myriad fields where we now see animation used in an unquestioned manner. So the examples I usually give are animated journalism, if you will. And I think a really good example is I've written about Tomo News. And that's an animated news channel that was once ridiculed, but more and more so, they've now collaborated with BBC and The Guardian. And all these examples of animated news footage, not only displayed by these authoritative newspapers like The Guardian, but actually produced by them. And it's kind of just accepted as another form of news coverage. So just the fact that we see it more and more, and I mean, I've discussed this with my students for sure, different animated bits on the news where they say, yeah, I saw that on the news yesterday. And they question, yes, but it was animated. Did that even occur to you? And then they say, no, because it was a reenactment of something. So they're just going to accept the fact that if there wasn't any footage, then it makes sense to use animation. And just the fact that it doesn't seem odd anymore, I think is precisely that, the fact that we no longer question the aesthetics. In that sense, I think it's becoming invisible. I hope I answered.
Any more questions? I can ask you one about virtual reality. So we're talking about virtual reality, and I was wondering what your position was on empathy, the whole idea about being in an immersive space, somehow being more empathetic, and that links in with that being presence and attending.
I'm very cynical and critical of that idea. I think it's a good starting point, maybe an optimistic starting point. I think it can go two ways, okay? If it's not done well and it becomes a boring experience, if you will, people lose interest quite quickly, which shows the empathy diminishing. And if it's a good experience, in the sense exciting, very immersive, I think the emphasis goes to the kind of more technological experience. And then it becomes all about me, the user, rather than the empathy towards whoever's being depicted. So I'm quite critical of that.
Any questions, Kathleen?
I'll just kind of add to what you were asking there. In classical film theory, that would be the difference between spectacle and narrative, which has changed because we're going in voice
what we're experiencing this in a narrative environment, but a structured environment with a few elements, with a note in the middle of the conversation. So it's political in that sense, isn't it?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And who is being depicted and who isn't really being depicted, and yeah.
But also having moved narratively through our experience.
And I think that's also a question, and that's why, so in this presentation, I differentiated between documentary games and documentary VR, which I think more and more so you can't really, that division doesn't make sense anymore because the two are converging. Sorry, I lost my train of thought for a second. Sorry, no, lost it completely. Sorry.
Narrative versus spectacle was a starting point.
Right. Right. So the narrative, right. So whereas in games, it can be more about the narrative and the narrative depicting, and there's a more structured narrative, even if you've got different choices to explore within it. Whereas in VR, a lot of the time in VR journalism, it's more about just exploring an existing platform or situation. And I think that also raises a lot of really interesting questions about narrative versus spectacle.
I suppose it's just the idea that it's said that narrative, because you connect it and you have to have history to have narrative, so there's a future, whereas an immersive experience can be completely divorced from anything except just its texture.
Right, but in that sense, I think that
can be also
it's all political, absolutely. But I think it's also in that sense, it ties in with the issue of believability, because a lot of these times you will experience these kind of novel depictions whose content you'll be familiar with from other media, right? So in that sense, this narrative of you're already encountering a new representation based on the believability for more kind of mainstream outlets, if you will.
So we have some questions in the chat. There's a comment, and that's perhaps because the manipulatedness of animation is not anymore put against the recordedness of live action, but linked indexically to the reality it's related to in real time. So there's a break. But what is your, that's just a whole can of worms, isn't it? Whether
No.
there ever was an indexical link to reality.
I can just say that I absolutely agree. I wrote an article about animation's different kinds of indexicality, which I'm not going to go into here because it's way too long. But yes, I've considered that animation as an index of the physical versus the virtual, and these different continuums to consider in that sense. Yeah.
And the second point from Kate Sullivan, very interesting, thank you. Do you have any thoughts on production values? For example, Pixar fiction versus more quickly thrown together lo-fi is somehow more factual. So I guess it's also it's that idea of how much fidelity to the original, does that make a difference?
Instinctively, I think most people would say that if it's real time, or not even real time, but kind of closer to the event, it enjoys a higher sense of believability, even if the image perfection or photorealism is reduced. So in that sense, I think something there does occur. No, I wouldn't go into that, the styles, because I think what's interesting is the variety of styles that are accepted rather than one specific style, which is more photorealistic or not, is more believable.
That was very interesting. You said about the real time being somehow more believable than the detail. Yeah, I think Pedro, you wanted to say something. Did you say something?
Maybe we'll talk later because it relates to Cassie's talk. I think it would be interesting to relate to. And we're running out of time.
Yep.
Okay, I think we've got time for one more question before the break. One more question.
Who wants a break?
No? Okay, then. Shall we go into our tea break? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
We're going to have We're going to have a very short 10-minute break. We're a little bit behind, but.
Oh, it's fine. Oh gosh, such a disaster zone this morning. I wrote all over my.
Určitě zapomněli distribuovat.
So you just need to share your screen before you do that, or just need to, or you're just checking it.
Yes.
I know you said what to say, but
not sure what that sentence was. Yes, I think just about relaxation. Or not sure what song
Probably keep playing it like that. Everyone
all of us not and I think it's
more liberating.
So if everybody would like to come back now, please, we'll start the next presentation. So, Pedro, if you'd like to sit down.
Sorry.
So, our next colleague that we're welcoming here is Professor Celia Kiko from Lusophone University in Lisbon. She works in immersive media, interactive media, digital heritage, and she's going to present a very interesting research project that she's been doing in the country.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. And I'm very glad to be here. I hope that for the next 20, 30 minutes, I'll be able to have your not full attention, but at least most of your attention, and also to bring you Portugal, to bring you a part of Portuguese coast. And I would start by doing that in 2 seconds, if you allow me to do so. And if you could just close your eyes for 10 seconds. Just 10 seconds. Imagine yourselves walking on the beach, your feet on the sand. You're hearing seagulls, in the sea. If you just could now just smell the sea, just have the slight breeze of the sea involving all of you. I will bring you a second layer of sound, if I may. Show a bit more of not only of the sound, but of course also of the other components which are part of this project. So my presentation here today is about a small exploratory project which we've done in University of Lusofona, a multidisciplinary team, a small team with professors and students coming from cinema, from animation, from photography, from video games, and also from architecture, by the way. So a small interdisciplinary project, low budget, but with passion, and again, trying to bring what Nazaré is today, what Nazaré was 100 years ago, and what might be in 100 years from now. So this idea of exploring old and new immersive media, and old media is something which is more than 150 years old. This is the basis of the project. Well, not the actual stereoscopic cards. These are replicas of stereoscopic cards produced 100 years ago by an amateur photographer, Álvaro Lebrinho. And this became the basis for the full project. This idea of connecting the past with the present, for us to also to realize and to project ourselves and to speculate about the future. So here, in a nutshell, the presentation that I'm bringing you today is mostly concerned with presenting you an overview of what the project was, but also some findings of a evaluation study that we conducted with about 120 students coming from different areas, again, from Lusofona. So again, this idea how to create a sense of present in past, present, and future seascapes using old and immersive media, analog and digital, shared and individual experiences, which again, even if I'm not be able to bring you the full project with different components, and also with a bit of showing you a bit about the process of producing these components, hopefully you'll be able to grasp what it was all about. So one of the main goals was also to make these bridges between the tradition of stereoscopic photography and the innovation of 360-degree videos. The main piece of content, it's a 5-minute 360-degree video, which can be succinctly described as a time travel experience taking place at Nazaré, covering 200 years. And again, as I was mentioning, besides demonstrating the components of the project and the broader contextualization for Nazaré and Siva, also reflecting upon evaluation and comments provided by the participants in the demonstrations that were held. Even with COVID-19, we were able to do a few of these demonstrations, of course, with some constraints, as you may imagine, and also regarding their experience of immersion and sense of presence in these seascapes displayed. So in a nutshell, what is this project, how it was done, what this was like, how it was evaluated by the participants, and a few conclusions to wrap up. So to revisit and to recreate representations of the past, to think critically about the present, and finally to speculate about the future, these were the main goals of this project, in which several immersive media experiences were developed and evaluated, again, inspired by Nazaré, a coastal town which is located in central Portugal, which perhaps some of you know by the big waves, by big wave surfing, which is, let's say, a recent phenomenon in the history of that territory. It started mostly 10 years ago. Now it became a sort of its main brand image for the world, but Nazaré is so much more than that, and we can go back 100 years, 1,000 years, 2,000 years, even millions of years, to understand the beauty and the relevance of that territory, which goes far beyond just being a big wave Mecca or a big wave Jerusalem or a big wave Rome, just not to focus upon Mecca, if you wish. So it was based upon, as I mentioned, the remediation of these stereoscopic cards. It's a small collection of the local museum, about 49 pictures of this, which were a sort of hidden treasure of that museum that became the basis for this time traveling experience using, as I mentioned, old and new immersive media. So this package of analog and digital materials included the 360-degree virtual video, a low-cost dome for the shared VR experiences, also several exhibition materials. All of it was done in-house, again, as I mentioned, with a small team of professors and students from Lusofona. Also, again, we digitalized in the high quality, the very delicate and thin glass plates of the stereoscopic photos, which were mostly, as I mentioned, unknown to the general public. We've made also the poster, postcard replicas for people to see in this, also replicas of the old stereoscopic viewers, which again are also part of the full demonstration of the project. Of course, a mobile application with very basic interactivity and a responsive website, which is online, and also we'll share the URL with you for you to get. So this is a nutshell are the different components and elements of the project, a bit of the website, the mobile app, here the viewer. By the way, this viewer allowed not only the participants to have this part and to have some sort of immersive feeling about these pictures, but also you could put your own mobile phone and see the video in a, not as good as a Samsung VR goggles, but at least provide you with a more immersive experience. So this is just a basic one, but we are also having these kind of viewers that were the solution 1 and 2 with analog and digital experience, so to speak. The website, we also have the different videos made in the room of the project. This is the low cost dome, very low cost, but it works kind of well. And we've made a second demonstration, and we were in a bigger planetarium, it's the inflatable planetarium that provided a much better experience than this. But well, at least we've tried. Sometimes you have to make some errors and move on and try to improve things. And that's part of the demonstration, in which we look at the low cost dome with different bits of the materials with the stereoscopic viewers. I'll show a bit more in a couple of minutes. So the specific objectives of the project were to digitalize, first of all, in high quality, these stereoscopic cards, which again were a hidden treasure. It required the good digitalization, so it also can now be part of other research projects, which in the field of media archaeology, for instance, which is also one of the areas which this project touches upon. Also to innovate, to remediate, give new uses to these pictures and produce an innovative package of immersive and analog digital content. Also to develop and to evaluate these different ways of experience VR, analog, digital, individual, shared, linear, and interactive. And the main piece of content is the 360-degree video, which is more close to the general themes of this symposium. Also to develop a low cost and easy to assemble exhibition solution, which could be also adapted for their demonstrations and to produce and disseminate results in the academic context. So how it was done? Most of it was done during the second semester of 2020. Most of the production work was done in 6-7 months. The first demonstration was done in October 2020. Of course, we had some constraints with COVID-19. All of us are fully aware of the problems that all of this brought to our daily lives. So we also had to deal with it in several ways, both in production, but also mostly in the demonstrations, which you also had to adapt to the constraints of COVID-19. So this is a team made, coordinated by myself, and with Pedro Souza coming from animation, from motion graphics, Rafael Antunes, who made the footage of the 360-degree videos, João Alves from the sound and the beautiful music that you heard. It's a popular music of Nazaré that it was reinvented in 3 different ways, and I'll show you a bit more of how he picked on that and designed 3 different sound atmospheres, one for the past, another for the present, and another for the future. The basis of the music is always the same, but the atmosphere is different. And then Walter Akai from web design, and Virgilio Sveth, who made the digitalization and treatment of the stereoscopic photos. This is just a bit of the behind the scenes production in this case, we shoot the footage in May 2020. This is the famous Praia do North Beach. As you see, it's not 30-meter waves at the time. Sometimes that happens, but it's exceptional that the waves are gigantic. It was quite soft that day, but usually January, February, March, or December, November are the high season for big waves, which was not the case. Here this is the panoramic picture taken out from the footage of the 360-degree video. Here another picture for you, just a flat 360-degree footage. This is the moment of acquiring the digitalization of this. This is a replica, of course, not the original, which again took us also some effort, but fortunately this is the end result, so the basis of the project. This is as it is, the photographic plate. This is already the negative version, a bit of a treatment, and then the final result, which is again similar to the ones I've just shown. These are other examples of the stereoscopic parts. This is a bit of the work done with architecture students in our Fab Lab, working on producing the materials that are part of the exhibition, of the demonstration, a bit more about the construction and about the different components of the project, just for you to have a look again of behind the scenes. And this is the first demonstration, which was in the atrium of the library of the University of Vysoka, again with the different components of the project, which I've just described. So what it was like? So among the major objectives, this project aimed to build, as I mentioned, the bridges between the tradition of stereoscopic photography and the innovation of 360-degree VR videos. The main piece of content is a 5-minute 360-degree VR, which I will show you bits and pieces, not the full video, also for time constraints. And again, this idea of time travel, so the sense of presence in a specific territory, as it is today, as it was 100 years ago, so a poetic recreation of what was Nazaré 100 years ago, as having as the basis photos of Álvaro Laborinho, not only stereoscopic photos, but also analog photos. He left a collection of about 3,000 pictures, only from which 50 were stereoscopic, all the other were, let's say, standard traditional photos, but some of those were also used as materials to recreate how Nazaré was 100 years ago, and then we jump another 100 years into the future, how Nazaré hopefully might never be. As you may have imagined, I'm from Nazaré, so I have a particular love and hate relationship with my hometown. I love it dearly, but also hate many things which are happening or that happened, and I wish that the future never be like the one which I'm going to about to show you in a couple of minutes. So the video starts in 1920, displaying this poetic recreation of Nazaré based upon the photos of Álvaro Laborinho. They were mostly taken from 1913 to 1930, so approximately 100 years, 110 years, 90 years, depending on the photo. Then we jump to our present day, 2020, as Nazaré is. So we took pictures, we shot several points in the coast, starting with the main beach. Then we go to the fort of St. Michael, which is in the promontory, which divides, let's say, the main village from the North Beach, which is mostly a wild beach with almost no buildings there. So the ones who are clandestine should not be there at all. And then we selected several points in the coast, and we are making always this movement from south to north in the three moments of the video. I'll show you; it will become a bit clearer. And then the video finishes in about 100 years, a dystopic future in which Nazaré is overpolluted, over-urbanized, and over-touristified. And the last seconds are more hopeful, rather than such a grim vision of the future, because it's also important to have a sort of a happy ending, or at least an open ending, which is perhaps the case. So this is the flat imagery, but again, I'm showing the video in at least two versions. The flat imagery, which we have to take buildings out of Nazaré, so there's a lot of composition here going on, even if you might not see it now in full detail. But again, I will like very much to see the video in its full beauty in the website, even if, again, the best immersive experience is to have VR goggles, so things are much more intense rather than just to see it on a flat screen, such as a computer or a laptop or even a mobile phone. This is another representation of Nazaré, how it was 100 years ago, in this case from the North Beach, the famous North Beach of the giant waves. This is how Nazaré is today. Nazaré still maintains some interesting traditions, such as drying the fish in open air. There's still about 20 families who live from this very traditional activity. There are not that many places in Portugal in which this is still maintained. Probably in 20, 30 years might disappear, but it's still alive, and it's something also worth capturing and documenting. This is the view from Fort of St. Michael, which again divides in a way the North Beach from the South Beach where the village is. And this is a bit of the dystopic future, which hopefully will never happen, but again, it stretches tendencies which are already there. So the question of over-urbanization, over-pollution, of having this sort of very hot environment, again, a little bit connecting with climate changes or climate crisis again. So all of this tried to be embedded in this very short video, which I'm going to show you in minutes. And then this a bit stretching to the limits, but some shock, sometimes it's necessary, even this might become surrealistic. And yes, that's Godzilla there. So, and again, the other components of the project, the videos, even the polarized videos, which then were projected in the planetarium, are also here for people to see and even to download if necessary. This is a part of the 360-degree video, as you might see it in VR goggles. I will show you a little bit more further away. The website, the responsive website. Here, just a few pages of the website. The mobile application. The mobile application was very simple. It was mostly the video in the different versions. There is a full musical version, a version with a voiceover, which had informative, let's say, information, demographic information about Nazaré, in another version, which is poetic texts about Nazaré, how it was 100 years ago, how it is today. So there are 3 different audio versions, also Portuguese and in English, by the way, but the video is always the same. So, but there are these different components also as well. In the mobile application, you also, the interactivity was very basic. Once you've seen in the video some blue dots, which indicated that the picture was different from the others, in this case, stereoscopic photos, if you stayed there and watching that blue dot for more than 3 seconds, immediately, automatically, you would see the stereoscopic photo, which is connected with that specific area of the video. So very simple, very basic interactivity. And again, here a few more shots of the mobile application. Here the demonstration that we did in the Lusófona library, the atrium of the library in October 2020. And probably now I will show you a bit of the video. In flat format, then I'll show you in the 360-degree format.
I fall asleep.
This is one audio version.
But however sooner I get up, the beach is already lively and alive. I stare at women straddling the floor, sitting in groups or returning home with their index fingers in the mouth of the skeleton raised and ready for supper.
I'm going to jump a bit more.
Fine, new. But then I started to think there must be other scenes.
This part is the present time. So as it is, no added animation, no added motion graphics, as it is.
I discovered.
And then I'm trying to jump to the future. Yeah, the basis is the same thing. The footage is the same, but now it has the other layers besides that. I'm going to jump to the North Beach. And again, you might not see exactly, but that's the deer. And the deer is connected with the local legends of Nazaré. I will explain if I have some time, if not here, if you have the patience or are curious about it, then of course I will tell you a bit more. So this part about how it was evaluated by the participants, and here again it will connect more to the theme of the sense of presence. We had about 120 undergraduate students that are asked to experience and also to evaluate this demonstration. They replied to a quantitative survey online and also provided a written report in free format in which they were free to write whatever they wanted. And in the case of the quantitative survey, I think most of the questions were closed questions for them to answer about their overall experience of this demonstration. So here some pictures regarding the demo, which took place 29th of October, 30th of October, and also 4th and 5th of November. Here again, a few other pictures of the students experiencing these different components of the project. And now I will probably rush a little bit. I will just provide you with a very broad view of these results. So just for you to have a notion, there were, first of all, the socio-demographic questions. age, as you see, mostly from 18 years old to 23 years old. So there are undergraduate students from cinema, from design, from visual arts as well. Most of them came from the communication sciences. Some of them were my students, so but they were also involved in this part of the evaluation. Here, which one of these experiences, the one which they've tested more, was the projection on the dome, and then on second place on the video on the VR goggles. We had 3 virtual reality Samsung goggles, and then we had about 6 of these replicas of stereoscopic viewers, in which one also allowed you to put the mobile phone and to have not as immersive experience as the VR goggles, but at least with some degree of immersion. When asked about the favorite immersive experience for these students, it was about half of them, exactly 50% of them, selected the VR goggles, the Samsung VR goggles, and then followed by the dome projection, and also by, interestingly, by the 15 of them all preferred this very old but still relevant immersive media device, so to speak. And also to evaluate overall the immersive experience provided the project, the cumulative of 86.6% of these students considered to be very good or good. And about which version, audio version, which they preferred, they clearly preferred the musical version, which I've shown you a little bit in the beginning of this presentation, rather than the informative version or the poetic narration version. So about 3 out of 4 preferred the musical version. And question if they are aiming to use more VR technologies in about 5 years' time, about 80% of them replied that more than today, which is also an interesting indicator for us to think about. In terms of the only open question was about comments and suggestions for improvement. In that case, the projection, let's say the immersive experience in the dome was not, there's room for improvement, to put it in a positive way. And we did. The second demonstration that we did, rather than using the same equipment, let's say we've rented a bigger and a proper inflatable planetarium, which allowed for more people to be there, to have a better quality of projection and overall better experience. So we've learned from the mistakes. Just also briefly, before I get to the conclusion, since time is flying, also we asked the students to provide written reports in free format for them to convey whatever they felt about what they've experienced. So a total of 72 written reports were produced and delivered by the students shortly after the demonstrations. In here, among other findings from the students, of course, their own reflections about the issues raised by the project, such as pollution, climate change, touristification, over-urbanizations. So these are spontaneously mentioned by the students. There were no former contextualization for them to say whatever they wanted about the project. Many of them even included pictures that they've taken when they were doing the demonstrations. And interestingly, from these 72 reports, at least 37 of these participants spontaneously reported to have experienced a sense of presence at Nazaré, might it be in the past, in the present, or in the future of this territory. So here I'm going just to bring you a selection of these comments, which may support further experimentation of immersive media as a tool to induce this sense of presence in the past, in the present, in the future landscapes or territories, if you want to use that word, as well as a tool to engage people into critical thinking and as a tool to inspire speculation about the future. So I'm just going to very briefly show you, there's much more than he did, but just to perhaps bring 1 or 2 out of these comments made by students, of course translated in English, they're written in Portuguese. So, for instance, I thought it was a very good idea because I have the feeling that we are in the same place, that can see details that we cannot see through a photo. The other comment, the feeling of space and time that makes us go back many years and how everything has changed over time. All the experience provided by this project take a person on a time journey, not only for the content, but also for the way in which it's approached, this idea of immersion, this idea that I really felt like I was in Nazaré. So this is a common comment coming from these participants in the demonstration. So I really felt immersed in how it was, what is expected to be the future, not only of this locality, but our world in general. So again, connecting with the themes of pollution, of climate change. And even if I don't know Nazaré students, it was as if I was myself were there at the moment, represented, getting to know the place, almost real, also alerted it for the problems existing in Nazaré. Another perhaps more comments, getting to know the place in an almost real way, alerted us to the problems existing in Nazaré. There's also this, I think, this beautiful comment, awakening a feeling of nostalgia for a place we have no memory of, which is perhaps one of the most nice formulations that were left by these participants. Again, this also the idea of also using old and new technologies to have contact with the past and the future in the same place, to get to know the history of the place in a more interactive and immersive point of view. So again, here more comments. Also, I may share the presentation afterwards if anyone wants, of course. Just going now a bit further to get into conclusion. And you see the recurring idea of feeling, having the feeling of presence, of the sense of presence, if you will use the concept, which is spontaneously mentioned by at least half of these participants, which delivered this, the written report as also part of their contribution, let's say, to the project. So here, sorry for being rushing in, but all components made me feel that I was actually in Nazaré and so on, imagining that we were really the place experiencing everything that was translated. So going here to, this is just to show you physical evidence of the new solution of the planetarium, of the inflatable planetarium, which we used for the second demonstration, which we did in September 2021. In this case, we did not conduct evaluation at the time because it was for a conference in which Lusófona was being the host. So at the time, it was just a demonstration with no further evaluation. So conclusions. As I mentioned, the communication started by presenting you the project scope, showed you also bits of parts of the development process, the main outputs, namely the 360-degree VR video, the responsive website, which is online. It allows you to have a better understanding of the project. And also during one of the demos which occurred in October, late October, early November 2020, in which about 120 students were asked to experience and evaluate of the different immersive media experiences. So the findings from the survey, as well as the written report, I think that the students have delivered, I think, support further experimentation of immersive media as a tool to induce a sense of presence in past, future, and future landscapes of territories, as well as a tool to engage people in critical thinking and a tool to inspire speculation about the future. And also, I believe, and our team believe, that this project can be considered as a project to contribute towards the promotion of Nazaré cultural and natural heritage in an innovative way, making these bridges between traditional and contemporary representation technologies. And furthermore, the project also addresses current issues as overpollution, touristification, and challenges the participants to think critically about the transformation process taking place in that territory, but not only in their own hometown, in their own country, and even globally, if you wish. So, in a nutshell, also the final acknowledgements, this is a very low budget project, but done with, as I mentioned, with passion, with devotion also. It had the support of my university, of Sicanto University, and also the local museum, the Museu Joaquim Manso, and also the support of my colleagues and students from the University of Vysoka. So thank you. And I would like to show you more, but I hope that
Let me check a few questions. I'll just see if there's any on Zoom. Has anybody got any questions? Just a couple. Just a few. Yeah, we're a little bit behind time, so we'll just take one question over there. Yeah.
It was very interesting, especially I have a question about value related represent the relation between the time and emotion, and which is the presence restricted to our audience. And this aesthetic representation it demonstrates the time has place and relation with climate change, for example, effects in this space. Photographic, for example, representation is constituted for several years and demonstrated climate change really concretely.
Well, the video, the main piece of content is 3 moments in time. So the recreation of how Nazareth was about 100 years ago, then it shows how Nazareth is today, and then this dystopic future, which stretches, of course, it's fiction, no? But again, the symptoms are there in a way. Of course, Nazareth is not so polluted as that representation. We wanted to put the waters a little bit.
So you exaggerated on the.
Sorry?
So you have exaggerated on the.
Yes, of course, the future, that's what the point, to exaggerate, as any science fiction usually makes it. Sometimes it's more subtle, sometimes it exaggerates on existing problems or existing issues. If I understand correctly your question, you want to have more, let's say, to have to be more scientifical. So to be that we are what we would manage, and so to see it in a more to see how it could closer to a simulation in a way. It could become that, but we would have to have more resources in order to have a more, let's say, more rigorous and more moments in time in which that could be more tangible, I think.
Any other quick questions, Oliver?
Yeah, good question. Actually, one question was about the work with students, because you mentioned you have lab and maybe worked on the dome specifically. And I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about how the collaboration worked. And the other one was about this idea of archives and heritage. So first off, I think it's a fantastic project, and I think so many different outputs are incredible. But do you feel like there's a destination for these type of heritage application, like an archive for this, or do you see like where this could go?
I think there's certainly a lot of potential there. The museums are very much inclined to support this kind of project. Even if they don't have a lot of budget, they have good resources, they have marvelous collections. So this idea of going to dig on existing collections and to see how we can reinvent that, to bring them to our own present time, in using in a, let's say, in a very experimental way the technologies that we have, but also going back to the old stuff, which is also good to work upon. So again, not be obsessed with the last technology, but also to go and see what was already done in this. As you see, it's not obsolete. It's still working 150 years after it was invented. We cannot say that much about many new technologies. Yes, I'm pressing a bit of the. I will reply to your other questions afterwards, because we are pressing with time. But certainly, there's a lot of potential there, and I'm looking forward to do more of this kind of a project for sure. Thank you.
We probably better wrap up the questions now, so we're a little bit behind. So I'll call on Pedro. So thank you very much, Celia.
Thank you.
Next we have Alex and Sally. Alex is the Wellcome Trust PhD candidate on the Autism Through Cinema project at Queen Mary University of London, and animation lecturer at the University of Hertfordshire. Did I say that right? Okay. Alex practice-based research attempts to deepen knowledge about autism, autism representation, and animation documentary ethics. And I think that once he's set up, he's going to start and explain this much better in more detail. So thanks for being with us.
Thank you for the introduction, Pedro. Lebanese ethics and the animated documentary practice, attempting to attend to the alterity of participants. Emmanuel Levinas is a French philosopher of phenomenology and ethics. He conceptualized alterity as the incomprehensible independence of the other from the self. For Levinas, the encounter with the other is the site of transcendence. This common lived experience of the irreducibility of the face-to-face encounter is for him the inception of ethics, but moreover, through a phenomenological method, which I'm not going to get into, Levinas argues ethics is a first philosophy from which all other philosophical discovery should be anchored. The other is framed as a phenomenon that is exterior to the self, but somehow eludes comprehensive knowledge. While there may appear to be a visible object in my eyes, their face, their language, it engages, it exhorts, it commands me. I am compelled by their presence to respond to the irreducible alterity of the other at a fundamental level that in a way is prior to my own conception of self-knowledge. For Levinas, the emergence of the other as an independent from my own consciousness and my conception of the world should reveal to me their profound vulnerability in this world, and as a consequence, my uncompromising responsibility for them, the other. So to put it simply, in Levinasian terms, ethics is to always put the other first. Levinas argued that the intersubjective responsibility presupposes conceptions of virtue and duty, but this moment of transcendence cannot be extrapolated out beyond the face-to-face encounter and should not be reduced into a universal reciprocal code of ethics. So while I am infinitely responsible for the other in Levinasian terms, the other is not responsible to me. It is a non-reciprocal ethic. And in documentary context then, Levinasian ethics, above all else, would shift emphasis all the way towards the filmmaker's commitment to their participant and cast suspicion over the generation of knowledge about the other outside that moment of interaction. So at first glance, the animated documentary director, there are two other responsibilities to informing their spectator and to their own creative autonomy, not only sort of are secondary to the participant, they also represent a threat to the participant's alterity. So where do we go with this? This is all about an individual, the other. What models can we use to build some sort of concept of documentary Levinasian ethics? Levinas explicitly stated that his primary ethical theory was not reciprocal and cannot be extrapolated into guidelines, but he did talk about community through this concept of the third party. In the encounter with the other, the subject also becomes conscious of the countless others that exist in the world and positions himself as an equal to those others who are not present in that moment. So this is a quote from Levinas. The third party looks at me in the eyes of the other. The epiphany of the face qua face opens humanity. The face in its nakedness as a face present to me. The destitution and the poor one, of the poor one and the stranger. The poor one, the stranger, presents himself as an equal. Equal within this essential poverty consists in the referring to the third party, thus present at the encounter, whom in the midst of his destitution, the other already serves. So to put simply, in filmmakers' terms, the responsibility towards members of the wider community could act like a sort of analogy for how the filmmaker is conscious of the spectator at the moment in which they interview the participant. So we feel the presence of our community around us as filmmakers as we do our work. In this analogy, the spectator is sort of ethically equal in terms of hierarchy with the filmmaker, but nonetheless, both filmmaker and audience are secondary to any concerns with regards to the participant. However, this sort of secondary concern for the spectator does not provide enough justification to create a documentary. A documentary still represents, documentary representations of participants for the benefit of the spectator would be seen as objectifying the other, denying their alterity, and creating totalizing knowledge of them. A documentary would enable spectators to sort of know a participant in a way that is totally shallow and in no way reflects a face-to-face encounter. So instead, the participants alterity is crushed and folded into the spectator's objectifying projection of self onto the world. So are all documentaries unethical? Certainly some theorists have kind of come to this conclusion when looking at Levinas. And this is sort of made even more problematic by the fact that Levinas casts suspicion on all pictorial representations, because they themselves sort of create this feeling of presence of the other when they're not in the face-to-face. So for Sarah Cooper, she states, because the ethical leaves its mark on the perceiving subject without the subject being able to assimilate the encounter, Levinasian ethics brings to documentary study the perhaps unsettling acknowledgement that this can never fully be comprehended within the space and time of the cinematic encounter. And for Michael Renaud, given the conditions of capture and reproducibility that govern non-fiction media, we can assume that documented practices cannot meet the ethical standards of the Levinasian encounter. So what can filmmakers take from Levinasian aesthetics or ethics? A purist application of Levinas's philosophy may be too prohibitive to be practical in documentary production, but maybe we can think about it in the way that we've started to think about truth claims, as Nia was referring to earlier. We can use this as an analogy for how we can maybe aspire to an ideal rather than ever expect to achieve it. A postmodern perspective on objectivity in documentary sort of suggests it's never possible. And 1960s notions of direct cinema and their claims of truth sort of feel quite naive in hindsight now. So originally cast as a commitment to truth, the filmmaker's responsibilities to spectators has been adapted by many practitioners and shifted towards either a more realistic goal of subjective honesty through documentary, or using reflexivity to encourage critical engagement with notions of documentary truth. So if totalizing knowledge is what we should be cautious of, we can shift emphasis away from truth claims towards reflexivity. Furthermore, in terms of filmmaking, the filmmaker's ethical commitment to the participant can perhaps be shifted much more closely towards collaborative practice, where documentary practices adopt methods similar to or participatory action research, research methodology from the social sciences. The needs and desires of participants are central to the design, execution, and evaluation of a research project. The collaboration is maintained as long as feasibly possible, and the projects are oriented towards improving the social circumstances of those who take part. So in simple terms, it's an example of documentary practice that puts the needs of the other as the sort of orienting mission of the project. So if we think about what animated documentary and how that might relate to this, we can look to Leo Costello's analysis of Roberto Giacometti's portraiture practice. And his suggestion that Levinas enacts a sort of skepticism with regards to representation that illustrates a sort of Levinasian aesthetic. So Giacometti struggled with the realization that his attempts to render his sitter's likeness fell short of some sense of their presence. Costello examines accounts from Giacometti's sitters, showing that the artist agonized over the processes, reworking portraits for weeks, considering giving up, and concluding that the exercise was an impossible one. It's a quote from Costello. In a sense, this looks like nothing more than the familiar scenario of a self-examining artist swinging between confidence and self-doubt. But in Levinasian terms, these poles seemed prompted less by solipsism and more by the conviction that not only must one approach the other, but one must do so with the knowledge of failure. In a sense, the opening that Giacometti refers to is the impossibility of discovering yet again, or the possibility of discovering yet again, that of the insufficiency of representation. So rather than reaching Levinetian ethical ideal, Giacometti's representations demonstrate an enactment of a Levinetian principle that representation is always a failure. So crucially, the visibility of the anxiety to the spectators constitutes a successful, if not paradoxical expression of Levinetian aesthetics. This perspective is supported by Judith Butler in her analysis of Levinas and the possibility for aesthetics with regards to the possibility for representation. I'll read the quote. For Levinas, the human is not represented by the face, rather the human is indirectly affirmed in the very disjuncture that makes representation impossible. And this disjuncture is conveyed in an impossible representation. For representation to convey the human, then representation must not only fail, but it must show its failure. In this sense, the human is not identified by what is represented, but neither is it identified by the unrepresentable. It is rather that which limits the success of any representational practice. The face is not effaced in the failure of representation, but it is constituted in that very possibility. So shifting emphasis back to animated documentary, in this context, it would be prohibited and impractical to try and spend weeks agonizing over each frame in which a participant is represented. However, it is conceivable so that fragility and failure could be folded into the practice of animated documentary practice. Traditional indicators of skill in animation, one of which is the staying on model, i.e. maintaining the continuity of character design throughout a production, could deliberately be subverted. If a filmmaker were to render participants in a variety of character designs in a single documentary, as I did in my film, Drawing on Autism, these fleeting and unstable representations could communicate to the spectator the artificiality, the superficiality, and the objectifying effects that each rendering represents to the participant. So what I would call unstable character design is a reflexive technique that, like other Brechtian alienating devices, disrupts the illusory effect of cinema has over a spectator and instead prompts us more critical engagement. Reflexivity in documentary shifts emphasis away from the totalizing knowledge of the other and towards raising the spectator's ethical conscience, in this sense, towards the jeopardy involved in representation. Furthermore, animated documentary lends itself very well to Levinetian ethics in the sense that it can be highly collaborative due to its modular production process. So character designs are developed after an interview for an animated documentary, allowing time for feedback and discussion with the participant, which would not be possible in the image creations of a live action documentary. If these discussions are also recorded, these can be folded back into the film's narrative. This results in a sort of performative spectacle where the primary ethic of the film, putting the participant first, is pushed into center frame. Critical feedback may also draw attention to the disjuncture between the representation and the participant's sort of sense of identity. And if you're interested in seeing an example of this practice, just give me an email and I can send you a private link to this film, Drawing on Autism. So to conclude, I've argued that Levinas provided clear guidelines regarding the filmmaker's unequivocal responsibility to attend to their participants. While the other's alterity is unrepresentable, this in fact becomes the goal of a Levinesian aesthetic. Costello and Butler reframed Levinas's prohibition on representations as an argument for the recognition of the filmmaker's commitment to the spectator to be achieved through reflexive practice that illuminates the limits of representation rather than a pursuit of truth, which aims to totalize the other as knowledge. As such, animated documentary is uniquely positioned to perform Lebanese aesthetics because of its non-indexable imagery, which calls into question its own representational reliability, which can then also be exaggerated through unstable character designs. However, while it may be possible to develop a Lebanese aesthetic, the filmmakers' commitment to their own creative autonomy is significantly curtailed in this process. Each creative decision represents a possible threat to the participants and their sense of self, certainly an attack on their authority. As such, all creative expressions of the filmmakers must be essentially cleared by the participants if they want to put them first. Something which is actually quite easily done in animated documentary because of its modular construction process. In practical terms, pious adherence to the Lebanese guideline, to all of Lebanese guidance, when making documentary would be impractically prohibitive. But that does not mean we can disqualify this philosophy as a guiding light. I see it as an ideal to strive towards, helping filmmakers navigate difficult ethical relationships and inspire new practices. So I've got some references there if anyone wants, but that's it, really.
Well, if you have any question in the room? Meanwhile, I have to look for...
I don't know who this is.
Stop screen sharing. I don't know quite enough about Lebanese to really ask the question, but I'm curious as to how a whole idea of shared anthropology and ethnographic filmmaking using animation relates to these ideas about ethics and some of the changing ideas about like a participant or an interlocutor or an influence and the commons and the undercommons, these kind of discussions that are going on about how the knowledge you come to the table in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, certainly there's a big overlap between the perspective of participatory action research, which is one of the most well-known collaborative practices in ethnography. And I think that it's very easy to look at that and see a sort of element of Levinas in it, this idea of putting the participants first, organizing around what they think should be studied and making sure they're involved in the process and the research having a way of improving their circumstances, and the absolute antithesis of which being sort of extractive practices where you dive into a community, mine the information you want, leave, process it, analyze it, and distribute it in their absence.
But what about non-human anthropology? I mean, what about non-human or indigenous cosmology? So those kinds of things, can you say that there's ethics in the same way?
Well, you know, I'm sure there are ethics in their own way, but I mean, Levinas, I think he's very anthropocentric. I think most of his philosophical perspectives, you dig deep enough and it always comes back to sort of Abrahamic religions, Judaism, and I think he fundamentally sees the human other as the locus of all philosophy and ethics. So I think he's dead. I don't know what you think, but I don't think he was as interested in non-human centered ethics.
This might be a complex and difficult question, but when you showed your project, your film to people with autism, what was their response?
I've had really, really positive responses from autistic audience members. It's only been at a few festivals, and each screening has a small, maybe, well, 2% would be proportional of the audience who were autistic, and I've had lots of direct comments. I've had some people reach out to me online and send me their thoughts, all of which were positive. And earlier versions of it I presented at an autism interdisciplinary research festival, and there were a few problems that were easy to phase out very quickly. So, for instance, you asked the question using the term people with autism, and that doesn't seem like a problem, but it actually is. It's a very big problem to talk about autism outside of a person's identity, as if, you know, so you wouldn't talk about, you might want to talk about a person who's not cancerous because they see that as separate from their identity, but autistic people, you know, if they were to have their sort of autism cured, that's a sort of ego suicide. They'd be giving up on how they perceive the world, how they've developed. And so autistic person is strongly preferred. And that was a mistake I made very early in this research project. So that was luckily very easy to fix. And it's through that sort of research environment that I was able to get feedback from autistic audiences. And the biggest problem with that, John, that I mentioned, is that there's just one person. And there was not a sort of advisory board in the early stages. So the next project has many more participants, all of whom have different backgrounds, as well as a sort of advisory board of autistic.
Okay, so welcome back. And I'm very pleased to introduce the second keynote. And that's Lucas Batti. Am I pronouncing your name correctly? Yeah. And Lucas is a postdoctoral philosopher and cognitive scientist, and he's just moved from Munich to Paris. And I'm very excited to have Lucas here to offer a kind of very different perspective from his area of expertise on this idea of attention, even though, as Lucas might say himself, his background is actually in arts as well. So he's like this very interesting person who is in between disciplines. And that's something I find very insightful. So, and just to mention that something I forgot to mention earlier is that there's this collaboration with Tangible Territory Journal, which I edit, and Lucas was one of the contributors to the last issue with his contribution on joint attention. So, welcome, Lucas.
Thanks for the introduction, and thanks for the invitation and for the organizers for making this happen. This is for me also the first real conference in person that I attend, and it's also relevant given the topic that I'm going to talk about. But probably in the back you have noticed that we have a lot of cakes. So I want you to think about the last cake. So there's the last cake left on the table, and you're eyeing the cake, you have it, you're attending to it. But suddenly someone else comes and also is looking at the cake, also attending to the cake. But you don't know about that. You don't realize until you look up, you exchange glances, you both know now that you're looking at the cake. So if one of you is to say, I saw it first, then you will both know what you're talking about. So this is a kind of paradigmatic example of what joint attention is. Joint attention is something that we do every day and has been studied by psychologists from the 1970s as a construct. And it basically means a situation when we have two or more people that are attending to the same thing, but importantly that they know that they're doing it. So we're mutually aware that we are attending to the cake, and that allows us, for example, to communicate about it. And of course, we look at things like cakes, but we also can attend together to sounds, like musicians could be said to attend to the sound they're making together. And we jointly attend to things in multi-sensory rich ways. We can smell things together. We can touch things together. So we interact, of course, in multi-sensory rich environments, and joint attention is a very, very basic thing that we do all the time. But what is joint attention for exactly? So when psychologists started to look at joint attention more systematically since the 70s and 80s, they focus mainly on the development, on human development. So all of us between 10 and 12 months of age started to follow other people's attention and also to direct other people's attention. So it's something that we do around 1 year old. And this coordination has been established to be, is a very basic form of communication, but it also, during development, helps us to learn language, for language learning, to make sure that we are referring to the same object. And of course, it's a foundation for more complex social interactions, and that's not just for infants during development, but for adults as well. And for during development, joint attention is one of the kind of key steps in the development of the ability to understand other minds, basically to understand that other people have beliefs, desires, they have perspectives that might be different than our own. Joint attention is one of the basic situations during development that foster that understanding. But in psychology and in philosophy as well, this triangular relationship between two people and an object, the shared attention or joint attention, has been studied mainly as a visual phenomenon only. So if you are a psychologist, they will define joint attention as a situation when you have gaze alternation, gaze monitoring, pointing. So for example, she's looking at the butterfly, she's looking at the butterfly, he knows that she's looking at the butterfly, she knows that he's looking at the butterfly. And during development also, we can measure how much babies and infants at different ages do all these behaviors like gaze alternation, gaze monitoring. Also for certain neurodivergent populations, some of these behaviors are a bit different. So we heard about autism. Autism is one of the areas in which some autistic populations people tend to initiate joint attention less, although they are totally capable of following and engaging in joint attention, but they do it a little bit less. But all of this has been established by looking at these visions. And what I want to talk more in this talk is on the non-visual senses. How are they involved in joint attention? Are non-visual senses useful or even necessary for us to coordinate attention? And here we can look at two things. Researchers like I myself and in general, we can look at two things, like the information that I use. When I engage in joint attention, I need to gather information about your attention. I need to know where you're attending to. And that information can come through different modalities. But I also need information about the targets in which we want to focus on. And that information could also come from different modalities. So I'm going to be focusing on these kinds of information. But before I go a little bit more into detail there, I want to say a little bit shortly what do we mean by multisensory perception. So one big question in multisensory research is, how do we generate a unified experience out of a multitude of sensory signals? And I think this is a very pressing question also for creatives and also in film studies, of course. And maybe you are familiar with what's called the ventriloquist effect. So the ventriloquist effect is basically the illusion that we have that when a ventriloquist is making its puppet, the puppet speak, we have the illusion that the sound is coming from the puppet's mouth. And this is basically a very basic illusion, but maybe you are familiar with it. It's also studied in film studies. about, for example, when we watch film, we have the illusion that the audio is coming from the screen rather than from, let's say, the speakers on the side. So the same thing is happening. So why do we have that kind of illusion? One of the reasons that we have it is because our perceptual system has to decide constantly whether when we have audition and vision, if that two signals are coming from the same source or if they are coming from different sources. So the illusion happens, for example, with the ventriloquist. We can take the image of the visual signal of the puppet and the auditory signal and put it and say, okay, yeah, it's coming from the same source. So in a way, we integrate it. Otherwise, perhaps if we are very close to the ventriloquist and we can actually hear his voice or her voice, then we might actually realize that the visual puppet and the voice are coming from different sources. So this is so the ventriloquist effect kind of shows one of the principles of multisensory integration, which is when you have two things that are spatially and temporally congruent, like synchronized temporally and synchronized spatially, then we tend to integrate it. And this can be useful. Why do we tend to do that? Because it's more reliable. So this can be useful not just to know that things come from the same source, but if we want to find, for example, the location or shape of a particular object, then having more information from different sources can make that more reliable. So I just want to give a very, very simple example of why this makes it more reliable. So Yoko Ono had another instruction painting on painting to a hammer and nail, in which people are encouraged to hammer a nail into a painting. And this photo, I think, is from 2016 in Modern Art Oxford. So from perceptual science point of view, what you have here is both vision and proprioception, which is basically the sense that tells you where your body, the location of your body parts is what's usually called proprioception, your position. So if you want to hammer the nail to estimate the location of the nail, you can use vision and you can use your hand, and they both will tell you the position of the nail. But if we have the two of them, then we can have a much better estimate of the position. So you can interpret this width of this curve as how reliable it is. So imagine trying to hammer a nail in a completely dark room. You're just relying on your hand. You cannot see anything. Or imagine trying to do it without touching, just with a hammer and just only looking at the nail. I mean, both seem doable. We can do them, but it's much better if we have the two of them. So this principle of multisensory integration is something that can be exploited for, and that is exploited when we share attention and coordinate attention with other people. So one is the modality that I use to monitor your attention. So I can hear, for example, the noise of the cars. I can look, of course, where do you want to coordinate attention. You can also drive my attention by touch. So there's different modalities in which the more modalities we have, the more faster and seamless and normal it becomes to coordinate, for example. But there's also the modality that I monitor for information on your attention. For example, here I gaze at your hand, but I gaze at your hand movements. So many scientists and philosophers have focused on gaze as the key thing for interaction. So looking at the eyes of the other person. But looking at hands, it's already visual. I mean, I'm looking at your hands, but it already engages. We have evidence that engages our sense of touch as well. So This is from developmental psychologists that have used a situation in which they're just playing with a 1-year-old infants in a very natural way and use eye tracking to record both what the infant is looking at and what the partner is looking at. And what they found basically is that the child spends more time looking at the hands of the partner than looking at the eye. They almost found from time to time, of course, the child looks at the eye of the partner, but looking at hands of other people sometimes, depending, of course, what the action is that we are doing and what we coordinate on. But looking at the hand of the partner can be a much more reliable information in which to coordinate our attention and coordinate our actions. And why that can be just more than vision is maybe you have heard about the mirror system. I just want to say a little bit about this because I think it's very, very relevant. So the mirror system is something that was discovered in Italy in the 90s. Basically, there are neurons that are active both when the monkey performs the specific hand actions, grasping an object, and when it observes another individual performing the same or a similar action. Since the 90s, we have found, perhaps talking about mirror neurons is not the best, but we do find neural systems, like whole systems that are active when we do an action and when we observe actions, and including touch in humans. So in humans, observing someone's touching actions as well as someone being touched activates similar neural circuits involved in the execution of these actions and the processing of actual touch. So even just by looking at someone's hands, we get these tactile expectations regarding the jointly attended object that can be gathered vicariously through sight alone. For example, looking how you react at holding a hot cup of coffee, I can gather information about how does it feel to you, whether it's too hot or too cold, etc. So that's one way in which senses that are non-visual senses, in a way, can facilitate visual attention, might still be visual, but other senses are also involved and make it more seamless and natural for us. But there are various examples when multiple sense modalities are actually necessary to coordinate attention. And that is, of course, when we want to coordinate attention on a non-visual object like smell or sounds that cannot be seen. And here, of course, we can attend to things because we want to, but we can also, for example, if we hear an ambulance going around very loud right now, maybe all of us will know that we just heard it. But joint attention is about being mutually aware that we are attending to the same object. So even if there is a very salient, strong smell, we might not be sure that we are actually coordinating attention or mutually engaging with someone else on that particular smell. So hand movements like maybe tapping your nose or putting your hand in your ear kind of helps achieving this mutual awareness and coordination with others. Of course, this is a little bit less studied because developmentally, it's not clear at what age or when we adults can do this all the time, but when can we start to realize that a hand in the ear really means I want to coordinate on a sound. And also if we want to develop artificial agents that want to coordinate with us, all these more complex behaviors, there's still a challenge of how do we interpret them. Of course, we can coordinate to the same object, but also to one of its sensory features, a color. What I think is the most interesting aspect of taking into account different sense modalities during sharing attention is when we coordinate to a multisensory object through different modalities. And this happens, for example, when we are interacting with someone that has sensory deficits, or someone that might also be not just because of congenital or particular sensory deficits, but might be also when we interact with people through virtual environments. So in this case, I need to realize that I need to have a way to coordinate attention between us that takes into account that you don't have the same sensory access to the object that I have. So one person at least knows that the other person cannot access the object in the same way in which I do. And this is something that it takes a bit of effort. There are studies that show that infants don't realize that other people, if they are behind a barrier, might still not have visual access, even though they can communicate about an object. They kind of assume that you are sharing all the visual features that you have. Or when someone uses colored glasses, infants take after a certain amount of age to realize that the colored glasses actually affect how affect your perspective on that object if they don't have the same glasses. So realizing that other people can have different perspectives, even different sensory perspectives on the other object, is something that develops slowly. And in one study with congenital blind infants, for example, Bidlow found that they use many different. I mean, if we define joint attention by gaze, then we will say, well, this is very hard to see what kind of shared attention they have. But they actually use many kinds of cues to coordinate attention, including auditory, of course, tactile, kinesthetic, sound changes, which also include air currents, and even for congenital blind infants, also echolocation. So there's quite a lot of a spectrum of non-visual sensory signals that we can use to coordinate attention. So I hope to have given a little bit of an overview of what all the different ways in which non-visual senses actually can help us to coordinate attention and to share attention to different objects. But another interesting question, I think, is whether engaging in joint attention, where it's sharing attention to something, to the same target, can actually affect how we perceive that target. And one popular hypothesis about sharing attention is that people devote greater cognitive resources to those features of the environment that are thought to be attended with others simultaneously. But what do I mean by that? Some of those cognitive resources involve memory. We tend to remember better things that we have learned when we learn them together with someone else than when we do it alone. We also, some of the examples I want to show you are a little bit more basic. This is about pure perception, a very dry, this is very typical laboratory kind of stimuli, but they found that, so Tricia So and Steve Fleming in London found that other people influences our perceptual judgment. So here the task, you basically have to do this task. You are shown either one of these four stimuli, and your task is to say whether this little grating patch is present or absent. So you have to say present, absent. And of course, the contrast will change. Sometimes it will be very easy, sometimes it will be very hard. And so, of course, the little, the purple and the yellow thing was not there in the real experiment. And sometimes the little avatar will be looking in the same direction, or it will be looking in an incongruent direction. And basically, what they find is here D is called sensitivity. Is basically a composite measure that puts together how accurate you are at recognizing when it's present, and also how accurate you are at recognizing when it's absent. So putting together those two conditions gives you this sensitivity. But here the important thing is that the more sensitive you are, the better you are at separating present versus absent. And they found that when in the congruent situation, so when the avatar is looking in the same direction, people tend to be better sensitive. Basically, they perform better at realizing when there is a dispatch versus when it's not. This sounds all very, very dry, but decades of experiments in visual science, and this is just vision, have shown that we tend to, our sensitivity to recognize, to detect these patches tends to be very stable. So this is one of the first times that they actually show there is a social effect on this very, very basic perceptual ability that we have. So another example which I really like is also visual. This time, of course, most research has been done in vision. Here your task is to say, they will show you a letter on a table and you have to say whether it's a normal or an inverted one. And it can be an R, a 4, a D, etc. So here, of course, is a normal R, and they do it by showing having one person on this side of the table or on the other side of the table. So this is a mental rotation task. You mentally have to rotate the R and then to say whether it was correct, whether you're looking at this or you're looking at that. Of course, when it's upside down, it's harder. And here they measure how fast people are. It's not very difficult, but it's about how fast you do it. And what they find is when you have someone on the left, people are faster to recognize this kind of R, so when they correspond to the perspective of that person, than when you have someone on the right. So in this situation, if you have someone on the right and this kind of R, people will be much slower than having someone on the left and this kind of R. So this is still a very laboratory kind of test, but it shows that we and they did several kind of controls to control that that's what they were latching on. But the basic idea is that the basic interpretation is that it shows that we tend to automatically and spontaneously take into account the perspective of someone else, and that can help us in perceiving or misperceiving whatever we're perceiving here. And here, the people that did this task, you're given the instruction to completely ignore this person, and it's completely irrelevant to the task. You only have to focus there. So, and the last example I want to show on that is on mood sensory perception, which I think is much more interesting. And here the task is you have these very small cubes, and the cube, you have to grab the cube with two fingers, and you will, it has a tactile stimulation in the top part or in the bottom part, and your task is to just say where the tactile stimulation is. So you will have for a few milliseconds a little shock, either on the top or on the bottom, and you have to say by pressing, I think they did it with a foot this time, whether it was on the top or the bottom. So that's all there is to the task. You're just holding that. But there is also this little flash that can be on the top or can be on the bottom. And if you remember from the multisensory integration principles, when two sensory signals are together, we tend to merge them together. And what this happens is that basically the flash becomes a distractor. People are faster in this situation when the flash and the stimulus and the shock are in the same place. But when they are in a different place, you're just a few milliseconds slower, like 200 milliseconds slower, for example. So this is a very normal effect that's been studied. But what Thomas Heath did and colleagues in the Central European University, they had someone else also grab this together with you. And the task of the partner, so your task is to say whether the shock was up or down. And the task of the partner is to say whether the light was up or down. And just by having someone else, I mean, it's completely unrelated to you. You're still doing the same thing that you would do if you do it alone. There's just someone there that is looking at the flashes and pressing a button according to the flashes. So technically it shouldn't affect you at all, but what they did find is that when the partner is doing this task, looking at the flashes, the interference of the flashes is less. Basically, you are much faster and better when you have the partner looking at the flashes. So the idea is that the partner reduces the interference of the distracting flashes. So this is some of the more basic sensory research that is being done at the moment, and I'm working on. This has been replicated with audio and vision, and I'm working on that as well. But by using these sort of experiments to put all of this together, there is now a new hypothesis that other people's perspective has actually an impact on individual perception on a very, very basic level. I mean, people are just a few milliseconds faster when they do it together with someone else. But from the brain point of view, from perceptual point of view, just 100 milliseconds faster is already a lot faster. So doing something together with someone else allows us to perceive the world different in a way. And this is what's called the alter-centric hypothesis. So we spontaneously and almost automatically encode other people's perspective and shift our frame of reference accordingly. And this can change how we judge, how we perceive the world. And I want to end this on a more philosophical note, on joint attention. I mean, I mentioned several scientific studies, but joint attention has been looked by philosophers a lot as well. And several philosophers, both from the tradition of Husserl, the phenomenological tradition, and also the Anglo-American tradition, have said that being able to coordinate our attention with others is necessary for the idea of a shared objective reality. So the idea here is, for example, Daniel Davidson would say that we come to know reality through a process of triangulation. When our mental states and those of other are directed toward the same target. So only then we're able to secure knowledge of the objective world around us. So the basic idea is that we don't only have subjectivity and objectivity, but in order for objectivity to even be objectivity, we need the other person, and we need this triangulation. And this is also shared by psychologists and primatologists. So joint attention begins the process by which we construct an intersubjective world with others, shared but with differing perspectives, which will also be fundamental to human cooperative communication. And what I wanted to highlight is that when we, if we look at sharing attention from a multisensory point of view, then the world we build together, this intersubjective world, is multisensory. And sorry to show you this picture again, but this I think virtual reality highlights the ways in which sharing attention is multisensory and also the limitations. So of course, maybe you have heard, so there are some now studying of sharing attention also in virtual environments. And one of the things that there seems to be a consensus is that there is an overemphasis on the visual during virtual meetings, which sometimes can be a little bit more cognitive demanding because we lose all the senses that actually make our interactions more smooth. And whether that is a good thing or a bad thing, I don't want to say anything. Maybe one of the advantages of virtual reality is actually that shows the limitations, and maybe we can exploit those limitations in different ways to interact in virtual reality. So yeah, to wrap up, I wanted in this talk to highlight that we share and coordinate attention in multisensory rich ways, but also that others can affect the way that we perceive things. So thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Lucas. That was super fascinating, especially in this context that we found ourselves of this sort of hybrid world of some audience inside the screen. I suppose missing out on all these non-visual clues, or missing out on all the sort of multisensory. So I just wanted to start by asking you, do you think that might be one of the reasons why it's so exhausting, spending time on Zoom?
Yeah, so there is, so some people have called it a non-verbal overload, which I think it's a misnomer because they were mostly looking at visual non-verbal behaviors. But maybe one thing that maybe you have noticed sometimes that it's very hard to know where someone is attending in Zoom. We can see their eyes, but we don't know exactly where they're looking. It's all a little bit out of sync. We can hear them, but all these things are a little bit out of sync. So not only we're missing senses, we cannot see all of the body, etc. But the senses that we do have access to are disconnected too. So I think that makes it even harder. And the more time you spend in that disconnection, the more cognitive, people talk about cognitive resources as being limited. So yeah, the more tiring it becomes.
Yeah, that makes sense. So do you have any questions?
I'll just go there.
Okay. Yeah.
I think you said something that really rang true about the shared attention heightening our cognitive abilities. Mm-hmm. And some of us here are filmmakers, and I think we understand that you go to the cinema and it's somehow a more powerful experience. And I always thought that was to do with the big screen and speakers and darkness, but no, there's something about the social interaction. So can we reverse engineer this? Can you maybe give us advice as filmmakers about how to make use of these shared sensory phenomena and how to exploit them in filmmaking?
That is a good question. I don't really have a straightforward answer, but I think that even now with the pandemic is even more understood that a lot of the audience, there is this kind of audience effect on many of the things we do. So attending a film, going to a concert, doing that together with other people, even looking at painting already changes perhaps just the basic perceptual way in which we look at, but also are affected. So something that I didn't talk about, but we can change our emotions about something just by experiencing it together with other people. So yeah, it's a really good question of how to exploit that from the outside.
So could you have a character that you share attention with in a film?
Yeah.
And a subject that you're looking at? an object you're looking at. Could you simulate the heightened attention through having a character that gazes with you?
So maybe you know the very thing that every film student probably stops in the very beginning. If you want to do dialogue, you have to shot it in such a way in which it matches when the two people switch. So I think these kind of things go a little bit in that direction, that having an observer, like the little avatar in these experiments, can sometimes drive you in a much more powerful way than having no human observer there. So maybe that might be one way in which, just by having another human in the shot, will already change the way we look at the shot, for example. It might be something that might be interesting to look at, but I'm just thinking aloud.
Yeah, but questions? Yeah. Just something we were discussing. This might be slightly off topic, but we were discussing at lunchtime how a lot of our students, whereas people's children, manage to give attention to so many different media all at once. And if that's in your area of study, would you like to comment on it?
So I think so the way I also shown it, and the way these things are studied, of course, in the lab, you have to control for so many things, but our normal interactions are already quite dynamic. But there is one very popular theory in attention that also applies to sensory attention, is that attention is a limited resource. In even when we have to do one task and we have a distracting task, like even in this multisensory example, the flashes can already change how much you attend to, let's say, the shocks. So I think there is a lot of research that shows that we are actually not that good at multitasking if it's concurrent. So if we are doing two things at the same time, that's actually much more cognitively demanding. And there is also research that shows switching tasks. So you're doing one task now, and then the other minute you do another one, and then you go back to the first one. That also makes you much worse in the first task. So I don't know how people that multitask do, but most of the research I'm aware points to that you tend to perform worse when you multitask.
Well, that's what we were.
Yeah.
The generations coming up now, they argue against that. So it's like, well, I can't study unless I've got my music. I can't do this exercise unless I've got this TV program running in the background.
Yeah. I think
it's very hard to make a case against that. I'm just kind of looking for clues.
Well, I mean, from a scientific point of view, I personally don't think that scientists have done justice to that. So it would be good to have more research that looks at, because it's a bit of a habit thing. So in which situations the habit of multitasking, having that habit, and then you are thrown into a position in which you have to focus on one thing, you actually are worse than from someone that might have a different sort of habit. So it might have to do with that. But I think that's something that should be studied more.
Do you think that I personally feel it's like this. If I'm, and this comes back to the name, if I'm attending to something, I'm fulfilling myself in a human activity. The more things I attend to, the more fulfillment points I get somehow, rather than that sort of singular choice of like I have to make specific attention and have to make specific choices about that attention, especially in creative practice. And you're on your own suddenly. You're in that white space that's all about your choices in your selection process. Whereas if you're attending to all these other things, you're sort of self-justifying. Is that possible?
Yeah. Well, I was thinking what Lev was talking earlier about algorithms, and in a way, our sensory system, our sensory systems are algorithmic. I mean, we tend to integrate or segregate, and we tend to we just can't help it if there's this flash going on to be driven by it. So I think it is much easier to just let go and let your attention follow wherever the shiny objects in the environment take you to, than, you know, in this example, when you really have to ignore the flashes and just pay attention to the shocks. Yeah, that is like a simplified example of everyday life when we have to put away distractors, other sensory distractors, and just focus on one thing. And that's why I think that this study was interesting, the way you're showing that maybe other people can help you do that. So you might be able to focus better when you do something together. So studying together is something that's very common now, and sometimes can help.
Don't the Microsoft call it continuous peripheral attention?
Well, I'm not saying it's always good. So that maybe I should have mentioned that, because having someone can be it's interference too. So depending on the task can help you, but it could also make you worse by having someone.
In that notion that Lev Manovich uses, the spatial montage notion that he has in his language of the new reader, he talks about invoking in windows. So he calls things up to the surface, which is kind of obviously young people are more used to doing that than we are. They can be inhabiting white space and art and they're not used to it, but they are used to calling things out. Okay. Sorry, I'm dealing with one of the issues of technology. The camera stopped. But thank you very much. So thanks to the service. Just a quick apology to the online audience. For some reason, the camera we've got switched off, but we're working on reconnecting it. And yeah, please let us know if there's any issues with the slides. But now we actually have an online presenter, so it shouldn't be this problem now. With Andreas, yeah, so we've got. Pam Turner, and we got Birgitta, who is going to introduce Pam Turner now, and you can start sharing the screen.
Okay, yeah, let's see. Be sure this works well. Let me know if you see the screen. Do you see my slide?
Yeah. Okay. So welcome, Pamela. Just to introduce you to our next speaker, Pamela Turner from Virginia Commonwealth University, where she is Associate Professor in the Department of Kinetic Imaging. And Pamela is both a practitioner and somebody who does scholarship into the history and practice of animation. She's written a book of the late animator Adam Beckett. And she's also chair of the board of directors for the Society for Animation Studies. So welcome, Pamela. And we're looking forward to your presentation, Sensing Chapel Island.
Thank you. Thank you, Birgitta. It's great to be here, sort of, with you all and see some familiar names. And also, I'm really honored to be part of this conversation. So I'll jump into it. My talk today is Sensing Chapel Island. Animation is a process of witnessing the ongoing becoming of place. And to kind of orient us here, I'll zoom you over from Prague to the United States, to Richmond, where I'm sitting now. And my talk is centered here on Chapel Island, which you can see is really in the city on this island and the James River. So, and as I begin, I want to acknowledge this land and pay respect to the Powhatan peoples, past, present, and emerging. This is their traditional homeland where I work and wander, and this site specifically is important to those peoples, as you will hear. So this paper examines the practice of animation as a study of place through the work of accompaniment, a witnessing that requires a commitment to research in the studio, as well as being with on site, paying attention to what is present and what, through gained familiarity, might be revealed. My work is always situated in the more than human world, and this case study entangles that practice of animation with the sensing of, and in turn, being sensed by the world, by that particular world. So we're sort of leaving the human-only domain here and entering into the ecosystem a bit, which we are, of course, a part of. Here I understand a potent role for animation to enchant the viewer, participant, and while also it provides a space for the researcher animator to evolve a relationship to place with its many aspects. The work of mutual accompaniment that is a foundation for this study is taught and practiced by Mary Watkins and the many activists who are working to recover the reality of a shared commons, a commons that includes the more than human. Watkins writes, and I quote here, "Accompaniment begins with stopping and noticing, crossing over the invisible lines that separate us, making time to connect, to understand, and to respond. It depends on learning about the experiences of people and listening for the kinds of assistance that are welcomed, if any. It also crucially depends on understanding that as far apart as our individual fates seem from one another, they are ultimately, intimately connected." End quote. While this passage here focuses on the human, on people, in her book, Mutual Accompaniment and the Creation of the Commons, Watkins dedicates a chapter to earth accompaniment. It does focus on ecological activism and the people who are impacted by and working to support or working against the decimation of trees, water, air, earth, and how this work intersects with eco-psychology. She addresses this connection as eco-psychosocial accompaniment. So connecting to and learning about requires commitment, care, and labor. So for me, I go to the island, Chapel Island, at various times, various temperatures, seasons, and tides. I make texture rubbings, take photographs and videos a lot, touch the sand, the mud, and the water. I also listen and pay attention to sensing what might come to mind, what might be revealed. The concept of reciprocity is key to this approach, and it's interesting to hear Alex's idea of the non-reciprocity. So here I see it interwoven in accompaniment practice as well as eco-psychology, eco-phenomenology, ecofeminism, and it is a foundation in Indigenous teaching. Witnessing and making art is an act of reciprocity, as is picking up trash, keeping an eye out for the land, and working for restoration of land. So Chapel Island, as you saw, is a strip of land here in the river that was formerly called Powhatan's River, and was a site favored by the Powhatan tribe within the larger Confederacy. And you'll see it here. This is the river. And this is a map created by Captain John Smith. So in the past time, there was a rock, a large flat rock that made landing canoes and then later English boats easy at this mouth of the substantial creek that enters into the river. And this is important because English settlers stopped here in 1607. They claimed the land with the cross. There's a cross there. Their westward progress was halted by rocks and rapids of what we now know is the geological fall line. And here you see the falls. And you see the Powhatan's village town was really right here. And yes, this is the Powhatan and Captain John Smith of Pocahontas legend. This was the land she grew up on. My early response to the land there on the island was visceral, a feeling of being unsettled. Following the main path through the trees, my journey was stopped not by rapids, but by a tall fence crowned with razor wire that guarded an open, empty expanse of land. A black tarp, contorted in the wind, caught on the fence. Nearby lay a fragment of a butterfly wing, animated also by the wind. Craig Chalquist, in his work in parapsychology, has formed a method of inquiry into the role that place plays in psychology. He writes, and I quote, "Parapsychology is the field of imaginative studies and practices for restoring and thereby re-enchanting our relations with the world, with each other, and with ourselves. It is a deep psychology not only of humans, but of everything we interact with. For now, it is a psychology of re-enchantment for living in an animate world," end quote. This is key. Work in parapsychology supported my intuition and my inclination to dig in and pay attention to the land itself. It's important to note that stepping onto the island is also a practice of sorts, as I retune in order to attune to and to attend to the place as it is in the process of being during the moments I am there. A strategy, for lack of a better word, that I find helpful was inspired by a passage from Robin Wall Kimmerer's Braiding Sweetgrass. She recounts her frustration and her eureka moment as she's struggling to learn her native indigenous language, Potawatomi. Things she knew as nouns kept appearing as verbs. Then reading the native word bay, she suddenly sensed the being of a bay. She explains, and I quote, "A bay is a noun only if the water is dead, trapped between its shores and contained by the word. But the verb to be a bay releases the water from bondage and lets it live. To be a bay holds the wonder that, for this moment, the living water has decided to shelter itself between those shores, conversing with cedar roots and a flock of baby mergansers," end quote. So understanding this river, the Powhatan, the James, as being a river, the sandy bar and the process of shifting and barring is to engage in the animus of that world. Verbs, the being, the act of being, is inherent, of course, to the practice of the animator. This idea of the verb, the becoming, is echoed in Paul Clay's Notebooks, Volume 2, The Nature of Nature, as he encourages us to, and I quote, "think not of the form, but of the act of forming," end quote. Animation frees us from the pressure of that final form, that static singular thing, pulling us instead to the beingness of the thing. Considering the more than human, as well as the human, in a state of ongoing becoming is likewise helpful in the practice of animation and with my practice of being with Chapel Island. This phrase, ongoing becoming, came to me via the work of Monica Langer, as replacement for the traditional dichotomous opposition of being and non-being, seeing the island as a place inhabited with various ongoing becomings gives guidance to me in the restorying of Chapel Island. So intrigued by the feeling of Chapel Island, of being there, this unsettled feeling, I began to search for clues in maps and reports, undertaking a study that is much like that described as a forensics approach to animation by animator and scholar Dan Torr. This approach, as he writes, and I quote, suggests that through careful analysis and the processes of animation, we can determine how presently immobile things might have previously moved or evolved, as well as their potential for future movement. On one level, this approach will provide an alternative close reading of the animation process. On another level, it suggests that animation may be used as a vital epistemic tool for the direct discovery of new knowledge, end quote. This way of considering things acknowledges that they are only what we see at that particular movement and moment. And if we look closely or put them in motion, we may see evidence of their ongoing becoming. Key here also is that the process of animation, the research we do in the studio, can be a place and is a place to discover new knowledge. Studying historical maps and tracing the changing shape of this sandy bar over time made it clear to me that human hands, settler hands, drew these maps with attention and intention on property, rather than seeing the landscape, the place. Drawing the forms trains my eye and my mind to seek vestiges of those contours when physically present with the island. My initial unsettled feeling is explained through this process. The island is a liminal space in an ongoing state of becoming through time, forming and being formed by the water, storms, and by human industry. The practice of animation has been integral to the process of forming a relationship to this island, of adjusting the lens of my experience to see and to sense this place. The language of mutual accompaniment is reflected in the work of Craig Chalquist in Terrapsychology, as he speaks to the relationship between researcher and the topic, noting that both undergo lasting mutual change. And that researchers in terrapsychological inquiry voice this change as, and I quote, acquiring a set of extra senses attuned to the world's speech, end quote. In the studio, we resense the feeling of place, the verbed tense of air, mud, sand, light, and water, the forming that is in process, and the feeling that is held there also shifting. It is a sort of dance with place, a performative empathy with the movement and transformation, or more accurately, that alchemical operation of transmutation. To animate, we look closer as well as consider the in-between, that liminal space of being, becoming, here, now, then, and there. This interior work of relationship is supported by working with water, sand, and mud borrowed from the island, as well as items left there by humans. And there are items left there by humans. The animation processes are guided by the approach offered through accompaniment and the other entangled studies noted here. A key point from phenomenology is voiced by Werner Herzog that continues in eco-phenomenology is the getting to the thing itself, sensing through the body and intuition. There's a care not to intellectualize or mimic, but rather to evoke, to emote. This loosening of the senses, especially turning towards the invisible and the sense, is addressed throughout David Abram's work. He refers to the participatory sentience of our bodies and also empathetic discernment. These are important touchstones while on the island and also when in the studio. It's so easy to become distracted and deflected as cool things happen under the camera, and we know they do. Early in the project, in fact, I was fascinated by the dots here on this map, the sandy bar fishery, and I played with those under the camera, having them run around the shape of the island. I was mesmerized by the dots. While it was fun, it felt fake once I looked at it. Nothing was speaking through the animation itself. This retuned me to looking at the land and realizing, the dots indicated the sand revealed at low tide, suggesting a significantly different animation. The river there is actually tidal, even though it's so far inland. The tidal area is stopped by the rapids. There is the study of water in motion that is particular to place because of these tides and the density of the sand, the sedimented soil, and why water curls on itself at that point here and not over there. So I photographed sequences, reforming them in the computer to study the interrupted motion, the formations that move so quickly, the light and the movement of particles or things in the water. Drawing and painting requires a more embodied labor. And I'm going to quote Brigida here. Drawing uses, and I quote, drawing uses tools that extend the artist's body and materials that mark a residue of the trace of an action. Drawing is a record of time or endurance, a transaction, a trace of presence or touch, a ritual, a performance, a map, a form of meditation, of understanding, of thought made tangible, end quote. And thank you for that writing, Brigida. Working with black walnut ink, water made from the river, gesso, and drawing, I, as animators must do, envision the water, feel the motion. I paint, move ink, and record frames. I review these studies, go back to the island, more acutely tuned in to see the motion. So a key point here too in the work that I'm doing and asking my students to do, this is about letting go of the need to get it right. It's simply about getting it in the broader relationship. A recent study is of the snail trails that I find in the mud, squiggled lines that fascinate me. I became really aware of these at an unusually low tide last September, an occurrence that allowed me to step out onto this incredible expanse of sandbar. The place was transformed. I'd never seen it like that before. In studying these snail trails, I moved away from replicating the paths, focusing rather on the enchantment of the paths themselves. I considered the push through the sand, the scale of the grains being as rocks to the snail, their process of eating minuscule particles, attention to staying in the water, of diving down, of leaving a trail. With attention to process and pushing, leaving, drying, I landed upon using corn silks on paper soaked with black walnut ink to make prints. The silks pushed the ink from the paper, The ink congregated on the outer edges of the silks, and the resulting line held a similar fascination for me as the snail trails. So the next step, of course, is the movement. As Chalquist states, and I quote, "Those who practiced and played with the methodology," and he's referring here, of course, to parapsychology, "gradually evolved it beyond a central focus on place to add the felt presence of other aspects of the material world, how weather and climate patterns, insect and animal movements, plants and stones, elements and mountains and bodies of water, and even cities, bridges, and neighborhoods, and everyday objects get into us psychologically. We move, feel, and breathe to their contours, their textures, and their cycles without knowing it, but we can know it." And I posit here that animation is a process of forming relationship and of mediating that knowing. So mediated through animation processes in the studio, the relationship with place and its ever-changing aspects has now evolved Chapel Island from stranger to familial. For me, it was unsettled, strange. It became familiar, more familiar, and now it feels like going home often when I go there. In this work, as in the work of accompaniment, there is a quiet activism. There will be an experiential structured piece for screening with AR offshoots that focus on moments of ongoing becoming for the viewer to sense and to witness. I aspire for the work in its various forms to evoke a Chapel Island unburdened of its settlered name, instead as a place that is verbed. It's a verbed, ongoing, becoming being. So I want to acknowledge, of course, in this work, the work of Mary Watkins, Craig Chalquist, Andy Fisher, Linda Bazell for their teaching and research. I was really fortunate to take a class, several classes actually with them through the retreat at Vysoka. Also to the many thinkers, I think it's so important to acknowledge this sort of water that we all contribute to. I learned so much from all of you, and that's so appreciated. So this ongoing conversation, I think, is important. And also my students, because they engaged me in questioning with skepticism. They're engaged in this work too. We are doing a class called Animating Plays, where we go out, not to this island's mine, but we go to a different island that's actually easier to get to. And they have such good spirit and bring such authenticity to the work they're doing. And of course, I want to acknowledge the place itself. So, and I'm happy to share my bibliography, and there's my email there, and to engage in any conversations I welcome conversation. Thank you. I can.
So thank you very much, Pamela. Have we got any questions from the audience? Have we got any questions from the audience? Is the camera still not working?
No.
They're just looking at the camera feed we've got in the audience. I mean, I could ask you a question. I mean, I'm very struck by the way you're talking about these kind of layers of discourse about place. So it made me think of kind of Deleuze and Guattari's idea of a kind of archaeological cinema where you're having to dig deep into these different discourses. And I was thinking, so you're talking about a kind of sensory perception of the place, but you're also very much mentioning the settlers and the colonialism. And I wondered how you were representing that aspect in the work. So you're acknowledging the land and the inhabitants of the land and the settlers' maps.
Yes, that's an excellent question. And it's something that I struggle with and I've kind of found some peace with. And, part of that is through dialogue actually with my students. And the idea and dialogue with other people who are in Indigenous studies and Indigenous people as well. The idea that, I'm from Virginia, but I'm not Indigenous. So how do we naturalize a place? And, and how do we represent that? And for me, I'm really not looking to represent the history of Chapel Island. I've sort of had to wade through that to get to the island itself, to hear the island, and it's the place itself. Because what happens when you go there, all you hear is the settler history. That's how the island is represented, and it's not the story of the place in terms of the experience of the land there. So I know that's kind of an abstract response maybe, but I think part of my idea too is to decenter the humans so that the settlers who have been so privileged in the conversation are kind of like sent to the back row, in the work that I'm doing. Does that make sense, Brigitte?
Yeah, that's very interesting. Anybody got any other questions? I'm aware we're a little bit behind schedule. You've got some nice comments in here. Thank you a lot from Fatima.
Fatima, thank you.
Really thought-provoking and enlightening. Someone else says they love the idea of terror psychology. They've never heard it before. Have we got any more questions from the audience? No? Okay, well, thank you very much. Pamela, shall we pass on?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I'm here to introduce Samane while you set up. Do you know where your work is?
No.
Okay, so I think so.
No, I think
I'll introduce you now. Okay, now we've got Samane Yasai. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. You're a video artist and researcher based in Paris. Samane has studied cognitive science and recently completed her PhD at the École Normale Supérieure in Paris. With her background in illustration and painting, you started making animation films in 2012, and your research approach on perception is rooted in your practice in making experimental animated films. And I believe you are going to talk about eliciting human perception of nature in animated films. So welcome and thank you very much.
Thank you all for being here. Please not share. Okay.
Obrigado. Okay, everyone should be able to see it now. Thank you. There you go.
Thank you. So this presentation is a part of a larger creation and research project that I call Blossom. And actually, it was started quite a while ago when I was doing my PhD. It was about time-lapse technique and more about advantages and epistemic, historical, and cognitive advantages of time-lapse and manipulation of time in moving images. And it's considered as a representational artifact, but I was also interested in the artistic aspect of moving images. And for that, I was doing a huge, I was collecting a huge corpus of time lapse, and One day I was working on Percy Smith, the Birth of Flower, and I read in Oliver Guyton, Device of Curiosity, which is a wonderful book on time lapse and cinematographic collaboration and contribution in science. That by watching time lapse film of a flower, we can see that there is a demonstration of a common point between plants and animals, that all giving birth process is attended by effort, and we can see a visible tree. Sorry. So there is a thrill and quiver that pass through the leaves, and actually this point of view in perceiving the natural world that affect incredibly my vision, and I realized that after that day I was looking for that moment in all artworks, whatever the technique and the subject was, and I was looking for a kind of transformation in moving images. For example, this is a study by Chile, a study of flower, and the other is a recent film by Mia Savary, and in a really short moment, she can express by sign language that a flower blossoming in a very effective way, I think. So after my study on time lapse, I was able to devote a lot of time to research and writing about this project, outlining the moment of blossom and the moment of transformation in natural beings, and what is the difference really between the scientific moving image and artistic view in giving us this access in perceiving the world and retraining our perception about the natural world. And from a scientific point of view, actually time-lapse, slow motion, and the other manipulation of time technique, they are basically meant to be epistemic, real, and beneficial in order to make some knowledge for the spectator, and to demonstrating some phenomena that is otherwise imperceptible. And however, the artistic vision is that making certain relationship with the natural being. And the interesting view in artistic vision is that we represent the natural being as natural being and existence, and not as a natural object in the scene. And so my question was that how does animation change our perception of natural entities in cinematographic experience and then in our ordinary life, and how can we perceive them as living beings through animation, and appreciating the experience of life within them outside the instrumental view that we can see in, for example, ecological cinema. So this question and this representation is concerned with my question on how do moving images and experimental animation make us feel immersed in the experience of being in communication with a natural being. There is a work by there is a lot of work on natural being by Kusama. She has an hallucination problem when she was child, and she used to watching insects and plants and drawing them. So after watching her works, I realized that from an artistic point of view, cultivating the sensory perception of the audience cannot be done unless the artist herself has cultivated her perception. For example, I think that in order to draw this phenomenon and then making this sculpture, the artist have to look at the phenomenon for quite a long time. And for example, in scientific observation and in botanic view, the sensitive qualities of living things are not of value and don't affect the process of observation, because the subject, which is, for example, a natural event, an insect, a natural phenomenon, is quite objectified, and this process for the observer who is interested in the sensible qualities of the natural being doesn't help, because sensible qualities challenge our sense of subjectivity, and the artist doesn't want to control the event as in scientific experience. So the artist simply slows down the process and observe what she's seeing. So, and on the other hand, in the philosophic point of view, the philosopher Lucy Gary has said that observing, for example, a rose, gazing at a rose, takes her from a kind of concentration to a contemplation, and that in her view, this could be converted into a kind of ecstasy derived from a culmination of energy. And in terms of artistic approach, for example, Susan Field, animator, said that in order to grow and being inspired in life, we have to constantly make our lives as our medium. When we can see that for her, for example, it was the case actually in her life, because she has this process of contemplation and retrained perception as an actual and normal process for generating, for making, for painting, and for making art. And living in these mediums involves a mental process for her. That, for example, she said that for painting her collection on rainforest, she said that tying the boat to 3 limbs, I carefully arranged the paints in the bottom of the boat because she was kayaking, and hanging my feet into the water. So she was in a constant relation with nature. I began to work. Most of the day was spent in this position with a thermos of coffee and a rolled up bean-filled tortilla for energy. Spellbound and challenged by the utter complexity of the jungle, I stared hard at the forms, trying to discern a shape here or there I might be able to visually understand well enough to begin to paint. So it was the process before in the beginning painting. With so many life forms entwined and hungrily trying to reach the sun, my eyes strained hard to find a way to start. This was both frustrating and exciting, because she was in a mental, she was engaged in a mental process. The small yellow flies were always after me. The sound of buzzing, screeching activity surrounded me, and the rich, humid air enveloped me in a constant sensation. And I think that moving images have the potential to put the audience also in this constant sensation whenever they give them the same feeling of subjectivity, which is sometimes frustrating and ecstatic and also relaxing for the artist with direct access, because in experimental films, we don't have a direct access to information. We don't have any conventional narration. We don't have any protagonist. So as a viewer, when I can't find a lane to follow. The images challenge me to find something to catch my attention. So after watching some storyless sequential event, these sensible qualities of the natural entities, which is represented in the film, challenge me to have a real and embodied mental process. So we are actively engaged in the aesthetic experience. As a good example, we have the work of Werner Herzog. I don't know if I pronounce his name, Victor, but this film is it is a part of the film. The film is about the sun. Sorry, San Francisco dam that broke in 1928, and it was a disaster, and people drowning, and we can see that we are as a victim from a point of view of victims drowning. So in this sense, for example, we can see that our intuitive sense of objectivity and subjectivity, which is the main concern of the artist, to generate some feeling of subjectivity, is not dependent on the realistic representation of the forms in the film, but it is actually related to our sense of control, because we don't have any control on the scene. We don't have in which we have a limited visual access to the event and component in the scene. So we can see that entering into this process of visual attention or contemplation is linked to the feeling, because we have a feeling of subjectivity. That feeling has an important role in our visual consciousness. And Torben Gordal, in his article on subjectivity by default, he gave an example on the scene taken in foggy weather, for example, that he experienced it as subjective by default because visual access is limited, as in the film of Smith in the disaster of drowning, and because visual access is limited, so we have a kind of subjective feeling that is an innate warning signal to be careful, because we don't have enough information to act in this situation. So this feeling makes us aware of our unconscious cognitive process, because the cognitive process are unconscious, and we appreciate the experience, the aesthetic experience on one hand, and on the other hand, we have the brain that automatically search for a hidden context to focus on. So the artists don't want to generate some knowledge about this event or about giving some information about the disaster. He seeks instead to revive some kind of engagement with the people in this disaster and with the natural beings in the scene, and it is the cultivation of sensory perception that provides this engagement. The other work by Elizabeth Hobson shows this kind of engagement. this film is interesting in blocking our access to the spatio-temporal properties of the event, because we don't have any access to the constants of butterflies, the space they live, and in order to evoke our sense of subjective experience and to highlight our engagement with the butterflies, the image elicits a very limited number of propositions. We don't have any suggestion and narrative line, so we find no obvious link with the concerns and with the end of the film and their field of action, for example, and despite the minimization or freezing of action and the limited number of action, so the time given is beyond is I think it's about 1 minute, and the time is beyond the time we need to make all the proposition elicited by the images. So our mind will move to and shift to the mode of subjectivity by default and try all the various associations that may arise. So these images are appropriate means to eliciting the subjective feeling that they are more extensive than in real life for us, and because they provide us with the experience of being immersed in the natural process and provide a certain ecstatic experience of watching the other being. So we are engaged in the process, and in other words, these films have a potential to introduce us a new way of experiencing nature through contemplation. Because in fact, the sense of subjectivity and the restrained perception has always been a subject of the difference between experimental film and commercial films, and experimental cinema in general attempt to create an aesthetic challenge and shifting the perspective, reorienting our perception and moving the audience from a passive state of reception, which is the case in commercial film, to experiencing, engaging, and participating in some relationship with the represented event and phenomenon. And at the first level, okay, I might say that I have some mental relationship and mental engagement with this being, but how it could be engage me in the, for example, about environmental issues, about the natural project and natural process. So I'm influenced by looking at this image because feeling is a sign of a mental process, is a kind of bridge between the unconscious cognitive process and our conscious state about where we are. And the higher subjective feeling is we have more ecstatic contemplation and visualization with the natural phenomena, which is linked to inner process and inner feeling and mental association. So we will have the kind of propositional thinking about the state, about the experience and aesthetic value without thinking about the instrumental values, for example, or simply environmental issues. And on the other hand, in ordinary life, indeed, the vitality is not visible, or we are not simply sensitive to it because of difference between our temporal properties and the plants, for example, temporal properties and other living beings. And it seems that our sensory perception of vegetal time has been gradually weakened, and that in normal rhythm we don't perceive them as living beings, that we can catch their movement, their growing and the life cycle. So we don't perceive them as living beings, but we need to feel engaged in a communication to understand the natural issues, and in which we need some manipulation in time, and the other being, to see the other being lives, transforms, moves, survive, and with constant proliferation. And these moving images allows us to see that the life cycle process is the same for all beings in human and all animal world and plant world, as Percy Smith word. And it is important, but it is important to know that this change in temporal properties, in fact, is a change in human perception and doesn't concern the plant's time and the change in temporal properties of living plant itself, because this point can be distinguished in the work of experimentalists by the materialistic view. For example, in the work of John Smith, the cases we can see that, for example, this flower changed gently, and at the time the lily's movement and sound suddenly stopped by breaking a glass plate between the camera and the flower, and we are aware of artistic mediation. So demonstrating the presence of the medium is important for two reasons. The first one is the temporal properties of the manipulated moving images, and it's not about the different temporal properties in the vegetal world. And the other is that to recognize that all living species have different perception of the world, which is in fact unwelcome view. Consider that growth and decay in the plant don't occur in the time they are and are not the time itself. There would be a contradiction in our sense of natural world. But about the distinction between the accepting that we are changing the temporal properties of human, and we are not changing the temporal properties of plant world, that is Vicky Smith, for example, introduced time-lapse as a way of avoiding anthropocentrism in experimental work, and she pointed that in time-lapse, the natural object is self-animated, and that this materialistic approach manifests the force and agency of object itself, whereas the change of temporal perspective is concerned with adapting human perception and not cognitive faculties of human perception, and not the temporal dimension of the natural being. I mean, we are human, we are not able to see the plant's movement, but this is actually anthropocentric because we are doing some action for the visual access of human. So I just think our vision to their dimension is totally anthropocentric, and this whole mechanism is centered on the perceptual capacities of human, and we are making something visible to human eye. And we can accept that this fact that this is kind of avoiding anthropocentrism, because this approach makes a relationship between audience and natural being in the field, and a kind of communication between audience and nature. And what really moves us away from the anthropocentric view is that by finding our position within an organism through vision, for example, the same process of growth, or when we see the plant breathe, for example, the sound of the Smith work is like a sound, like the flower is breathing. So this relationship allows us to feel our identity as natural being and to avoid our human-centered view or anthropocentrism. So this work of Robert Breer, that he makes some kind of composition between photographic images and watercolor sketches, and we can see that he used the photographic images as a reference of the illustration and painting. So we have a kind of presence in this work, and for example, we can say that there is a human in a car. And then we shift to the photographic images. Which is actually the photographic images, the kind of reference for the painting part. So for a clear relation with the natural being, we need some access to the medium itself, which is materialistic approach in experimental works. The structure, use of camera, and change and alteration between photography and painting make us constantly aware of our place as observer. Through the film, we are in contemplation and a relation with natural being, and we are aware also that we are watching a film. When the ecstatic vision is interrupted by, for example, a sound or changing in perception and artistic mediation, the viewer returns to the existence and presence as a viewer, simply watching some images. And this fragmentary consciousness about the presence matters in the experience of sensing ourselves as natural beings. This is the kind of liberation and coming back to the intrinsic world of human and nature, being unified with the rhythm and the time of the plants world or animal worlds and the time of natural entities allows us to become unified with our bodily sense and our existence as a part of the natural world. So animation and its influence on imagination recover the perception and representing the landscape without metaphorical approach make distance and this existence more direct. For example, in the work of Smith, the Big Surf, the sound is magnificent also. So the moment of suspense without protagonist or narration engage us with the manifestation of water as a powerful element. So this experience make the audience sense themselves present and make them thinking during watching and these natural elements. So they find themselves in a communication with the natural being and with natural object, with everything that they are watching and become together with their self differently as well. So this short poem by Louis Irigaray, the philosopher, I said, only the garden can you arrive, there the fullness already exists and happiness. Your presence will be something more, taste for itself. Non-confused with the whole, the human appears. I think it is really related to the concept of presence during watching the natural being in and with a subjective feeling. And for conclusion, I would say that this process of contemplation, having a relationship with the natural entities and sense of presence, is actually a kind of context for having ethical conversation about natural issues, because when we don't have any society without being in a social relationship and communication with something, talking about right and ethics doesn't make sense. And yes, I think that's necessary to have to have been in a relation with natural entities, to being able to talk about ethics and environmental issues. Thank you.
I don't know if there's any question in the room right now, but I was almost going to suggest, if Teresa, if you don't mind, that maybe we keep questions. We see the next presentation and then we do questions straight after. Yeah. So, our last speaker, Kathy Greenhalgh, it's Greenhalgh. Yeah. Lovely to be with you after so many years. Basically, Cassie is an artist, filmmaker, director, cinematographer, lecturer, and media anthropologist living in London. She makes ethnographic essay documentaries and short art films for cinema and gallery spaces. Cassie publishes on filmmaking practices and communities of practice, cinematographic phenomena, and aesthetics. After retiring from working full-time in higher education, that was brilliant. Cassie continues on a freelance basis and returned to art practice. That's what living academia does for you. Specifically collage during pandemic. A variety practice.
Collage during
collage. What did I say? College. Oh, my mistake.
See?
Okay, I'll repeat that.
Return to art practice.
Continues on a freelance basis
during the
and return to art practice, specifically collage during the pandemic. Is that okay?
Yes.
I'm doing well. I'll just finish now. Cassie's varied praxis has ecological, cultural, and political undertones. Rather than primarily theoretical interpretation, the sensory, ethnographic, and material cultural basis underlying her research foregrounds historiography and spectrality. Collaboration and technical innovation, I repeat, rather than primarily theoretical interpretation. The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Okay. Hi, I've had a cup of coffee, so I hope you've had a cup of coffee, because I'm quite tired at this end of the afternoon as well. So thanks for still being here. I know there's obviously the student event afterwards. I'm going to show 3 extracts and talk in between, 2 short ones and a longer one. So we're going to leave this screen as it is here. So thank you, Teresa, Birgitta, and Pedro, for the opportunity to present here in Prague. My paper is called Attention, Economy and Ecology Through Animation Time-Lapse in the Green Planet. In this paper, I look at the use of new technologies of time-lapse motion control in the latest BBC Natural History Unit David Attenborough's series, The Green Planet. I explore how the time-lapse creates a chronotype of current ecology and networks during the Anthropocene, and what this means in terms of the attention economy and the transformative potential of plant intelligence. I suggest some links between the ecstatic and attention and interpretations of a mindful approach to encompassing this relationship. The desire for viriditas, greenness or green life force, vitality, fecundity, lushness or growth, has been evident during our lockdown quarantines and walking to get fresh air when there is an airborne disease threat. This Latin term was used by early Saint Hildegard de Bingen to describe the divine. Whilst The Green Planet has been made over 3 years of meticulous planning of sequences shot in California, Costa Rica, and Borneo, it was broadcast in the UK initially during the current COVID-19 pandemic, and specifically the Omicron variant period coinciding with the gloom of January to February 2022, obviously pre the war. That's another subject. The agenda is entertainment, but the brief would also seek to combine improving our mental health and eco-anxiety and address concerns about reaching net zero carbon emission targets by stressing information and evidence of our dependency on the natural world and by creating empathy for plants. The manipulation of time and space using time-lapse animation techniques is an essential and increasingly used method of achieving the point of view of plants' narrative in what Attenborough calls hypnotic appeal. For this one. That's the whole point of it, isn't it? Okay, so there are a number of things going on here. I chose this sequence because it's one of those in the series that the makers write about as one of the exceptional achievements, and because it's broken down in the making of film after episode 1, Tropical World, Green Planet on Location. Firstly, in the voiceover and characterization of the performance of the giant lily, the series does vary between contemplative and forceful tone, but this one is very dominant, or certainly perhaps male, characterizing and mimics horror or mystery film narratives with its use of music and light and so on. But my concern today is more about how the time lapse is used to create a time space or chronotope that is human, collapsing plant time into hours. This is how the executive producer Michael Gunton puts it, quote, "The camera is moving in the audience's time. It's tracking as if we were filming in our world. But what's going on inside the image is in time lapse. So it's like a moving portal. It's not just a gimmick. It's very, very important to the narrative." He explains further, because we are plant blind, we don't really realize that this world goes on. This extraordinary parallel universe exists in a time frame that we can't comprehend. The aim of the series is to take the viewer through effectively this time portal, rather like we're going through the wardrobe into Narnia. Adrian Ivakiv in Ecologies of the Moving Image points out that self-reflexiveness rarely features in nature documentaries, and when it does, it tends to take the form of celebrating the prowess of the filmmakers themselves. But when they do contribute to multiple views, it's in the presentation of non-human perspectives in these documentaries. He argues that these series, quote, "calibrate their moral universe by granting moral approval to attractive events, thereby equating ethics with aesthetics. Its slow motion and time-lapse photography and its shots of all kinds at all speeds, filled with colour of an almost otherworldly intensity, depict the humanly uninhabited areas of the earth in such a way as to block the formation of conceptual or intellectual links between them and the political and economic processes that continue to accelerate their degradation. Yet there is little doubt that enjoyment of these series correlates to a heightened appreciation of the beauty and diversity of Earth's ecological systems. Anthropologists like Veronica Strang, who writes about water, describe this as the work of wonder. This is a short one. Make it louder, more loud. I think it's okay, and then as long as you can hear what he's saying, because it's dialogue in the next part. So the continuation of action in the close-ups involves hapticity in our viewing and choreographic repetition in the performance of the plant through montage. As Laura Marks says in The Skin of the Film, tactile epistemology involves thinking with your skin. Haptic visuality may fasten on its subject according to its etymology, but it cannot pretend to fully know the thing seen. Instead, haptic visuality inspires an acute awareness. It involves the audience in a kind of cathexis. In his Minnesota Declaration, Herzog declares poetic or ecstatic truth in documentary can only be reached by fabrication, imagination, and stylization. Ames, writing on Herzog, posits that for Herzog, spirituality is not strictly interior or private, but physically experienced and exteriorized. Oops, let's not go in this thing. Dan Torre argues that pure time-lapse photography involves a near marginal process of animation, since it is a selective snatch of instances. He uses the example of plants in Disney animation as synthetic time and what he calls anthropochronism, a human concept of time placed on plants. For example, if the subject a plant to the pseudo-animative process of time-lapse, they suddenly look very much alive because of their visible movement. The Pantanal in Brazil, where the water lilies are a tourist draw, is 42 million acres and the largest tropical wetland in the world, still one of the most pristine. It sprawls across 3 South American countries, Bolivia, Brazil, and Paraguay, and supports millions of people. Line producer Paul Williams explains the Green Planet series is about relationship and fragmentation, but it's also edutainment. He declares the most spectacular sequence is the giant water lily. It's a great character, where the huge leaves unfurl, casting everything beneath into shadow. It reminds me of the scene in Independence Day when the enormous spaceship glides overhead. Part of the wonder for filmmakers is, of course, their delight in invention. He says on BBC's Private Life of Plants 25 years ago, you'd point a camera at a plant and try to predict what it was going to do. It would grow out of shot and you'd start all over again. Now we have specially designed robotic cameras that we can program to follow the action. We wanted to break new ground and to take the studio technology on location, so we worked with ex-military engineer Chris Field to shrink it all down to a field robot camera rig, which we named the Trifid because it was like science fiction. It can capture the fine detail of a leaf so that it feels like a landscape, but you also fly along a route and create long, continuous shots. The Trifid creates magic. Okay, this is about 4 minutes. So Tim Shepherd, director of Time-Lapse here, shows his attention and expertise. He works with affordances and collaborates with the plant. This making of plays with this high level and low level with what I call plinky documentary music. The camera and the toothbrush and the bucket. Nature does not comply and he learns its habits. Jonathan Bella, writing about the problematics of cinema in 2006, takes the psychology and economics notion of the attention economy as referring to the current stage of capitalist global political economy in which human attention itself has become intensely valued and targeted. In a sense, attention is the contemporary target of enclosure. Capital wants our thought, imagination, proprioception, aesthetics, and faith. Peter Doran calls for a new political economy of attention, mindfulness, and consumerism, reclaiming the mindful commons. This takes account of the emerging role of secular mindfulness in popular culture. He promotes the skilled use of attention, living with an awareness of soma aesthetic everyday pleasures, such as breathing, and thinking with care in such a way as to counter the effects of attention deficit, which he aligns to ecological degradation. Kevin Kelly, founder of Wired magazine, wrote in The New Rules of the Economy of valuable intangibles. He listed immediacy, personalization, interpretation, authenticity, accessibility, embodiment, patronage, and findability. And in his recent book, The Inevitable, 2016, he gives another list: becoming, cognifying, flowing, screening, accessing, sharing, filtering, remixing, interacting, tracking, questioning, beginning, a whole new way of being. And this is perhaps another way of talking about mindfulness and attention to the numerous areas which we're involved with as filmmakers and audiences. In Through Vegetal Being, a discussion between philosophers Lucy Irigaray and Michael Marder, they meditate on the significance of the vegetal for our lives, ways of thinking and relations with human and non-human. Marder enthuses, plants far exceed animals and human beings in their attentiveness to what is going on around them with regard to levels of light, heat, moisture, movement, and vibration. They are constantly in touch with the elements. Their continuous attention is inseparable from their life and growth. If we wish to discover vegetal mindfulness in ourselves, we should look no further than our bodies. So I just like to draw some of these ideas about attention back to ecstasy, truth, and documentary at this current time. In early 2020, anthropologist Michael Tausig set up a number of experiments, and he brought out a book early in 2020, just before the pandemic was really taking off. He calls for a radical shift in this age of potential mass extinction and climate change. Quote, this I call dark surrealism, our new real, which along with metamorphic sublimity is as present in the environment as it is in the White House and its clones throughout the world. Outside of myth and biblical terror, has there ever been before a mimesis on this cosmic scale in which the turbulence of political power mirrors the turbulence of nature, such as the sun itself ceases to give without receiving? As nature strikes back, re-enchanted, every day more strange, such that the amplification of the mimetic faculty therewith comes to include what I call the mastery of non-mastery, and with that the possibility for mutuality in place of colonization of nature and ourselves. So if re-enchantment becomes art, evoking life and multiple realities, which in our case today means the awakened curiosity about nature that he sees as born of the curiosity about meltdown. By the same token, re-enchantment as art sees all of life, very much including social life and culture, as based not only on semblance and deception, but on perspectives and error. I hope the Green Planet extracts show this dilemma. Tausig's experiments hope for more what he calls sheer bursts of joy and wonder, and he asks, might mimetic excess provide us with a way out? It is a form of trickery as well as magic. Metamorphose into a thing in order to break the catastrophic spell of things. Thank you. I'll throw a bit of politics in there.
Any questions in the room? I think we were kind of in wonder.
Yeah, well, that's the problem with it, isn't it?
Yeah,
exactly the problem
very,
with it. Yeah,
yes,
that's why I wanted to do that. I mean, I love it as well, you know, but
looking for questions online, but I can't find.
It was very. I'll just have a comment. I just thought it was interesting how, there were sort of resonances of many of the speakers, actually, the previous speakers, especially, I mean, the last one, but also the others. So that was.
I just discovered, I reread a little bit of Laura Marks the other day, which of course I read a long time ago. And she quotes Tausig. I didn't know that she knew about, and I've been reading about him completely separately. That is an amazing piece of work, his book. Although I'm not sure about the term mastery, but he's talking about Buddhism. And, but it's all about the sun and light and photography.
And I think it's a very obviously like a very topical thing right now. I'm sort of noticing more and more these threads of interest of this sort of non-human perspectives. I think it's definitely sort of in the air. So I don't know whether people got thoughts on that here. I've noticed in Prague, I think there's this, I think it's called Hope Recycling Station. I don't know if any of you been involved in that. No.
I mean, there's a lot that I hear at anthropology conferences about the agency of non-human things, which you might be interested in. For example, the agency of mud. Or, you know, I heard a paper a few months ago about, I can't remember her name, Brazilian artist, and she was looking at how ports are constructed out of ballast, i.e. concrete with soil, but the soil was often brought in the ships while they took slaves over to the Atlantic. They brought the soil back from the Civil War and what have you, and they dumped it in Liverpool and Bristol and Amsterdam, and, you know, so there's actually plant matter in it, human matter in it. A lot of stories of past migration, you know, in things that humans have touched or that plant life or whatever has moved out of the way of. So it's not agency as such, but it's, you know, there's a potentiality in it.
And I suppose that links with this idea of animation, you know, like stop motion animation, especially this idea of seeing the potential of
materials.
Yeah, materials to come to life or having some sort of inner life. So I think.
Yeah, and animism, you know, is kind of coming back into fashion. It was, you know, you don't look at religions and think about that, you know, but now I think there's a gaia hypothesis and all of that. Brings that to the fore.
It's probably because everything has become so more concrete and digitized and virtualized that we need to go back to a certain kind of sense of wonder. And I wanted to go back and try to tie this up in a way, because this morning, I think you were all talking about the use of animation in multiple ways to represent facts or characters or places. And you said, and correct me if I am going to quote you wrongly, but there's this sense that animation has kind of allowed us to understand this multiplicity of representations in an easier way. So we take almost everything as a representation of fact because it has become common knowledge or common sense. And I find that in my students as well, the fact that they live so much in virtual worlds and games that it feels like everything is a representation of something else and they take it for granted. And going back to this context, I find it interesting that maybe, and this is obviously just kind of a provocation, that some of the origins of this kind of openness to representation comes from these kind of programs, in the way that they kind of started by showing us the world, the wonder of nature, by faking how nature actually works. And now we come to this point in which things are so sophisticated that, you know, we've got Walking with Dinosaurs and all that, and, you know, how fake that is presented as kind of a documentary kind of renovation. So I don't know where I'm going with this, but I think you know where I'm going with this. It's like nothing is for real anymore. So I was talking with you, and I'll pass you I'll shut up in a moment, but the idea that maybe animation is responsible for all this fake world and fake news that we're living on is quite tempting, but obviously I'm not going to fall into that trap, and I'm going to pass the ball.
So just to continue what you were saying, because you said this beautiful sentence, bringing the plants to life as characters. And that just really hit me because, of course, they are alive.
Well, that's the producer, I think, speaking.
Okay,
but yes.
I give you credit for it. But bringing the plants to life as characters and just emphasizing that, of course, they are alive, but we can only see them as alive as characters is somewhat similar in my thoughts, at least in the sense of avatars, right? Like that we see something, do something. Right?
I was just thinking also about what Samane said. I think you mentioned something like vegetable time or vegetal time. I don't know how that translates into English because it's not vegetable, but yeah, it's organic time. Organic time sounds, I don't know.
I think the vegetal time for human perception is totally wrong because it's we cannot perceive the other.
I don't know if at home they
could hear. It's quite interesting because Marja and Irigaray argue with each other on those questions.
I was just going to say, for the sake of those at home, that Samane is just saying that. Can you repeat that? Vegetal time doesn't. Yeah, I don't know. It translates. Doesn't really exist. It's a construction, and we obviously know that. That's basically what you're saying. But Cassie, you were.
I was just going to say there's a funny kind of history in wildlife film, which I've heard quite a bit, where it follows our lifestyle. So it's not just anthropomorphic actual representations, but it started off with just filming, the killing wildlife. So it was about predation. Then in 1960, it was about copulation and mating. Then in the 1970s, it's about individualism. 1980s is about environment. 90s is about the senses. 2000s is more like the ecosystem, the network, and now it's mindfulness. So I think I'll be kind of laughing at that in 5 years' time. It's fashion as well,
Yeah. But I mean, obviously, with my interest in the
psychologists think so.
Yes. But with my interest in the senses and perception, I think it's also a way of sort of relating it to our human ability to perceive it. So if we can't perceive this sort of very slow moving time, we have to speed it up because we need to relate it to our senses in some way.
We need to create a dialogue, otherwise we won't be here to experience any more plants.
Very true.
We're going to relate this to Herzog and the title of the conference. I think it's interesting that when I think the BBC first started making of wildlife.
Yeah, the 10-minute program at the end.
About how much fabrication it was. So famously, a polar bear was actually in a zoo. But we all got used to that. And so we come back to Nia's point of sort of desensitization to fabrication. And so, and here we're talking about narrativizing and character, anthropomorphizing plants, all this kind of stuff. I don't think it really speaks to what Herzog thought of as ecstatic truth, but it's certainly some sort of acceptance of fabrication that's increasing.
I think there are some sequences that do. There are some sequences that do, because there are now these long, sort of immersive, textural swims, as it were, in the middle of these wildlife programs, usually 2 or 3. But the scriptures, it's very, very controlled length of script and all of that. So, but Attenborough is speaking a lot less than he used to do, and he's giving a lot less information. They're just allowing us to watch things, and there's a lot more music. Obviously, there's orchestration; it's a completely constructed soundtrack, but it always was.
Yeah.
Hi,
I was just thinking about your point about haptic visuality and the idea of the materiality of the process. So I'm thinking about some filmmakers who who are trying to capture vegetal time through material processes. So Karel Doy, Smith, using photograms, using cyanotypes, experimenting with film processing, trying to use different sorts of chemicals to try and somehow capture vegetal time within the material of the film emulsion. I was wondering what you thought of that.
Well, I personally, my favourite bit is the mistakes in the I suppose, but I'm told that they're mistakes. Perhaps I couldn't watch a lot of it. I don't know, but I mean, of course, I enjoyed that. It's their way of telling the story. I haven't seen any of Carol's stuff for quite a long time, so I don't know. He was using plant kind of stuff now, so that's interesting. Well, there is a bit of a history of making of animating vegetal material in avant-garde filmmaking, isn't there? You could track that. I mean, I haven't, but whereas I have been following wildlife for quite a long time, the blue chip stuff, and looking at the performativity and there's all the postmodern pastiche techniques they're using. Okay.
Maybe we can move to the end.
Yes. Well, okay. Well, thank you very much. Thank you.
So the last part, which is this immersive screening of films, of student films. Where is our student here? Do you prefer to say something about your film afterwards? Shall we just show it first?